From Town Hall, I'm John Scott. The U.S. military completing a round of strikes early Thursday morning in Iran. The U.S. military Central Command says it hit some 90 targets across Iran. At Ankara, Turkey, President Trump tells reporters a former president tried to negotiate with Iran by giving them money.
Obama actually gave them vast amounts of money. You'd like this. He gave them a plane load of money, $1.7 billion in green cash. They loaded up a Boeing 757. Remember the old 750? It was a beautiful plane loaded up with cash. They took all the seats out.
The strikes took place shortly after the president declared the memorandum of understanding with Tehran is over. Graham Plattner drops out of the Senate race, allowing Maine Democrats to replace him. Correspondent Laura Winters.
Graham Plattner has dropped out of the Maine Senate race. Top Democrats, including Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, called on him to step aside as an ex-girlfriend came forward, accusing him of breaking into her home and sexually assaulting her. He releases a video on his X page denying any wrongdoing.
I have faced some very serious allegations, and I just want to make it clear. This is all false. The things that have been claimed did not happen.
Laura Winters reporting.
Utah prosecutors planning to play audio clips in open court of law enforcement officials interviewing the roommate of the man accused of killing conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Defense attorneys fought against the public release of the statements from Tyler Robinson's roommate Lance Twiggs. Robinson charged with aggravated murder. He has not entered a plea. A hazardous record-breaking heat wave scorching the United States, bringing triple-digit temperatures to millions. A powerful heat dome roasting the western U.S. Some of the most intense heat will be centering on the Rockies. More from townhall.com.
The following is a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
When I was feeling the stress of too much credit card debt, I looked at two different options, debt settlement and debt management. They may sound the same, but guess what? They're not. Debt settlement seemed like a quick fix, but I found out it would destroy my credit, create tax headaches, and hit me with huge fees. They actually told me to stop paying my bills. No way, not me. Then I turned to a debt management plan developed by the team at Trinity. They worked with my creditors, lowered my payments, reduced my interest, saved me thousands, and paid off my debt. And Trinity is a Christian company, which is important to me.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Heather. Please forget debt settlement. And remember, Trinity Debt Management.
1-800-990-6976.
An AI program in the state of Utah sparking a vigorous debate. Keith Peters reports.
That debate is about the role of the technology in health care. Utah is the first state in the nation to allow AI to renew prescriptions for patients. Previously, that role had always been reserved for doctors and other medically licensed professionals. Technically, state and federal laws don't allow AI programs to handle prescriptions, but officials in Utah have waived those requirements for Doctronic, maker of the AI chatbot that converses with patients and can send refill orders to their pharmacy. The Federal Food and Drug Administration has signaled it doesn't plan to intervene. Keith Peters, Washington.
Microsoft announcing it's cutting 4,800 jobs, including many in its Xbox division. It represents about 2.1% of its global workforce. Xbox CEO Asha Sharma, who took over earlier this year, says the industry is not healthy. News at townhall.com. A fatal shooting during an ICE operation in Texas drawing lots of attention.
Authorities say a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officer shot and killed Lorenzo Salgado Araujo in Houston during an operation after he attempted to evade arrest in his vehicle. The Department of Homeland Security said the shooting occurred during a targeted operation against the Mexican national who was in the U.S. without legal permission. The shooting has drawn calls from some local Democratic officials for an independent investigation. This is at least the 8th death from an encounter with federal immigration officials since the start of the Trump administration's intense immigration enforcement campaign. I'm Haya Pinjwani.
New World screw-arm cases in Texas on dogs and New Mexico prompting warnings from vets and humane societies that pet owners need to remain vigilant. Animal health experts say those pet owners should examine their dogs regularly and give them prescription flea and tick medication. More on these stories at townhall.com.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Solti. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Solti for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Solti. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
John Fredericks Media on YouTube is all that and more. Wake up to watch the John Fredericks Show live and stay on top of the news you need to know. Rewatch your favorite guest interviews, follow John's national media appearances, and dig into the archives of America's Godzilla of Truth. All that and more. It's John Fredericks Media on YouTube. Hit YouTube, search John Fredericks Media, subscribe, bookmark it, log in today. John Fredericks Media on YouTube.
Lifestyles Unlimited is a real estate education group that gives you the roadmap and resources to start building income through real estate. You'll learn practical strategies for using investment properties to create extra income and make informed decisions, one step at a time. Join today for just $297. That's a 60% savings off the regular price of our real estate education program. Text RADIO to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA. For 20% off.
Well, happy Thursday morning, everybody. Friday Eve. This week seems very long to me. This is the first full week in the studio for me since I think the second week in June, and I've been saying to myself, how is this not Friday already? Well, we're getting there. In any event, you're listening to the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobgood. Time for a look at, among other things, weather and sports. We'll start as we always do, where I am in Richmond, Virginia. High today of 90 with afternoon storms. A low this evening of 72. Still stormy. Right now the temperature in the River City, 74 degrees. Squirrels fall to Altoona last night, 8 to 5, 6 p.m. First pitch for the two teams tonight. In D.C., the high is going to be 85 degrees with showers and storms. A low of 72 this evening. Still stormy, and at least early on. 76 is the temperature right now in Washington. The Nats win the game and series yesterday against JF Strohs. Sorry, JF. In Atlanta, you're looking at a high of 92, a low this evening of 73, going to be humid. Right now, the temperature in Georgia, 77 degrees. Braves punch back against my Bucks, winning 3-0 yesterday. Nashville, high of 92, going to be humid, chance of storms. A low this evening of 75, still humid. Right now, the temperature in Middle Tennessee, 71 degrees. In the city of brotherly love, you're looking at a high today of 85, going to be stormy. A low this evening of 73 with early storms possible. Right now, the temperature in Philadelphia, 72 degrees. The Reds pound the Phils in Cincinnati yesterday, 11-5, 7-10 first pitch for those two teams tonight. Morgantown, high of 81, going to be stormy. A low tonight of 70, still with possible storms. Right now, the temperature 71 degrees with light rain in, by God, West Virginia. And last but certainly not least, certainly that is in my heart, Pittsburgh, you're going to see a high today of 88 with a stray storm possible. A low this evening of 71, still a chance of a stray storm. Right now, the temperature also 71 degrees in the 412. 12:35 first pitch scheduled against Atlanta this afternoon. A number of teams hot in pursuit of free agent LeBron James. The Warriors, Nuggets, Timberwolves, 76ers, and James' hometown Cavaliers all believe that they're in consideration for the NBA legend. Bringing you today's Weather and Sports Update is the Godzilla Wins radio show. For the best insight, analysis, and picks, watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, you know what to do. Go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. And now, a few words to the wise, folks. For the final installment in my 3-part mini-series about rights, I'm going to identify the exhaustive list of entities that rights apply to. It's actually pretty short, to say the least. As right is another word for prerogative, rights presuppose that an entity possesses the power of volition. Furthermore, and as previously alluded to, a rights engendering sphere depends on reciprocity, meaning that, as an indication of his claim to rights, a member will exhibit the deliberate effort to respect the purview of those others to whom rights apply. Given this, rights are the attributes specifically, and as yet exclusively, of individual human beings, the only known volitional entity in existence capable of willful civility. A conference of rights to any other entity besides individual human beings is folly, and will automatically and arbitrarily restrict their latitude. Remember, after all, that the whole idea of rights, morally, is to sanctify personal liberty. Accordingly, rights are inapplicable to plants, animals, body parts, so on and so forth. This doesn't mean that these existents have no value or warrant abuse. I mean, goodness help anybody who tries to hurt my beloved Gracie. No, what the facts dictate is simply that non-people are outside of the scope of the concept of rights. Meanwhile, notably, with children, who in essence are in the caterpillar stage of life, we institute protections and restrictions to help facilitate maturation to the point of personal autocracy and accountability. As rights are inapplicable to non-persons, we also shouldn't ascribe them to branches or levels of government, a la so-called states' rights. For the reasons cited, ascribing rights to government is like describing basketball's playing surface as a field or football's as a court. The terminology simply isn't accurate. Governments have delegated tasks, not rights. Observe correspondingly the marked difference in wording of the U.S. Constitution's 9th and 10th Amendments. Surely this was no accident, and the men who drafted the Constitution understood that the language of rights was improper in reference to governmental bodies. 2 final points here today. 1, often I've heard that rights don't apply to someone who doesn't live among other folks. Poppycock. If you're a moral being of volition, you have rights no matter where you are. You simply wouldn't need to summon them if nobody else is around. Lastly, realize that rights and responsibility go hand in hand. You can't have one without the other. Ergo, as I'm fond of saying, beware of the politician who offers to assume some of your personal responsibility. What that politician is doing, wittingly or unwittingly, is promising to violate your rights. I'll be back tomorrow with another civics lesson, but until then, this has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside of the Box with the Ox is next, followed by The John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everyone.
It's been 6 months since the implementation of Minnesota's paid family medical leave law, and the numbers are in. 75,000 people so far have freeloaded off their fellow workers by sloughing off and not working while still getting paid an average of $1,100 a week. I believe the proper term is utilized the program. Ahem. Somehow the Walz administration claims it's $70 million under budget so far, which makes it scary that 75,000 people leaving their jobs in just 6 months is less than what was expected by the Democrats when they passed it. The deal is that employers, school districts, city, county governments, and of course private sector businesses are all forced to pay nearly 1% of all payroll into a statewide slush fund, again, I believe the proper term is insurance pool, for any worker to apply for to get nearly full pay for up to 12 weeks a year to not work and instead care for someone they know or are related to, or to bond with children, which according to the government accounts for over half of the takers so far. 56% live in the 7-county metro, 64% are women, and nearly 6 in 10 are under 40. Aha! Thinking outside the box. Now it's clear the mission all along was political, to solidify their base by conditioning them that just by existing, they're entitled to other people's money without working for it if they themselves deem their family needs more important than the needs of those working to pay for them. Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild,
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the social.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
John Fredericks on the dial, cutting through the noise in style. If you want it straight, you know where to go. He rolls like thunder, head to toe. John Fredericks Radio Network. John Fredericks Radio Network. Godzilla of Truth. Hear that roar. Godzilla of Truth. John Fredericks Radio Network. He brings the facts and he brings more. From the back rows to the wire, he talks that hot truth fire. No polished mask, no paper crown. He tells it plain, he lays it down. If you want it straight, you know where to go. He rolls like thunder, head to toe. John Fredericks Radio Network. John Fredericks Radio Network. Godzilla of Truth. Hear that roar. Godzilla of Truth. John Fredericks Radio Network. He brings the facts and he brings more. Godzilla of Truth.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who loves the smell of napalm in the morning, John Fredericks.
Well, it's great to have you with us today. Oh, God, it's good to have you with us. And here we are. Where are we? Washington, D.C. Well, it's Thursday. And one of the most fun things, Dan, about Thursday, and the reason I love Thursday, is because it's D.C. Dispatch Day. So we're excited about that. Anyway, it's good to have you with us here live in Washington, D.C. Dan, I got to tell you, I will talk to you a little bit later on today, but I got to tell you, those songs, these were developed. We decided against running most of the music that we have and go to a different thing with these, with the coaches and stuff, which I absolutely love. We got to find more of those, Dan. That's one of the things we're going to talk about today. But I got to tell you, these couple of songs here that Barry Draper, who's going to be with us today, has developed for us is absolutely fantastic. I mean, that's a come on, Dan. Tell me that song did not make you laugh, right? Absolutely fantastic. Dan, are you there?
It was good. Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, there was answering a phone call. I'll put that in the chat soon as to who was on the line.
But yeah, it was. He's done a super job. It's good to have everybody with us today. And Dan's answering the phone, so it means the phone lines are open. Means the phone's working, so that's good. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. We got a lot to talk about today. We're going to start right with the reality of the Plattner debacle. This thing is not going away for the Democrats, right? They think it's going to go away. They think they can pull a Kamala Harris. They'll just insert another candidate. It's not going away. Plattner's not going away. He's pissed. And the whole thing is all of these people owe the voters of Maine an apology. All the ones that went up there, Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, Ro Khanna, Jeffries, they all owe this guy an apology. Nobody's going to do it because they don't care about the voter. All they do is care about putting ballots in boxes and cheating and getting power. And the only reason this guy, they made him drop out of the race was because his poll numbers tanked before this came out. I mean, just understand what the Democrats have done here. They don't care about their voters. They don't care who wins primaries. They could care less. The numbers against Collins were tanking over the weekend. And so all of a sudden this story appears. Now, she's been around for years. All of a sudden, out of the blue, it pops up on Politico, of all things. After the first two at the New York Times got dismissed by the Democrats as accused by Republican operatives and Trump voters. You have got to be kidding me. So this is what they're dealing with. Meantime, the Iranian thing goes on. We're going to play Trump on that. This is going to be clip one. I think you got that. I sent that to you on the text stand from Carl. Calling the Iranian scum, I think he's had enough. I think we've all had enough. Now, the good news, as I told Rob Crilly, the straits cannot be closed anymore, right? We've already solved that problem. So if gas prices go up, that's gouging because the oil is getting through at the same clip it was before the war right now because we've opened up pathways and the Iranians can't do anything about it. But these needs to be open 100% and then they're done. So what we need to do is take these islands and be done with it. There's going to be no negotiation. You can't negotiate with these clowns. They're idiots and they're liars. Or you take the islands and you just take over the strait. And that's the end of them. And then you cut their money off just like we were doing. I mean, they sold 60 million barrels of oil under the phony memorandum of understanding. It was a phony one because they never intended to abide by any of it. They just got 60 million barrels sold so that they could get some cash. I mean, at some point, you just got to stop. And I think the president's done with it. Any more negotiation is a complete and utter waste of time because it doesn't matter what they sign. It doesn't matter what they agree to. It doesn't matter what they shake hands with. Like President Trump said yesterday, the minute they leave the meeting, they go to the media and deny everything that happened in the meeting and say, no, we didn't agree to that. No, we didn't do that. No, there's no agreement. So they're a waste of time. Who's got time for this? All they're trying to do is stroll through the midterms. So let's take them out. Let's take the islands over. Let's get the oil. Let's ship it to the United States. Let's get gas down to $1.50. Who cares? At some point, we got to act. Just like the Republican Senate's got to act on the SAVE Act, we have to act. Now, does anybody know where Mitch McConnell is? Have you thought about this? 3 weeks in the hospital, found unconscious in his home, Now they say they talked to him. Okay, let me see a video. Let me see a picture. Let me see an audio cut. I talked to him on the phone. Okay, record it. Kentucky Governor Andrew Bashar, running for president, sent him a letter and said, we need to know what's going on here, Mr. Senator. No response. I mean, if the guy's in hospice, then tell us. I mean, we've all lost parents on this call or loved ones. We get it. It's not good, but it's the circle of life. So if that's the case, let everybody know. Now, I'm not a conspiracy theorist, as you know. More than anyone, my audience at 6 a.m. knows I don't spin conspiracies. And there are no servers on the moon. Just to set the record straight. And they didn't move them to Mars either because they don't exist. It's a clickbait myth. A lot of people made a ton of money on it for a long time. Good for them. If you want to make money off lies and deception, fine. Alex Jones made $80,000 a day. I always want you to remember this. Alex Jones, who's a complete scumbag, made $80,000 a day when he was telling people that Sandy Hook was a hoax with government actors, while parents were at the grave sites burying their children. You can't get lower than that. But that's what these guys do. Then they sued him and now he's bankrupt. Not my problem. Now, here's the deal. Where's McConnell? And there's a school of thought, not conspiracy, that says they're propping him up to get through the SAVE Act because they don't want it. There's many of us like me who believe that John Thune is simply a Democrat collaborator. They don't want secure elections. They don't want the SAVE Act. They don't want to win. They'd rather have the Democrats cheat, blame them for cheating, sit in the minority, and do nothing. Of course, they do nothing anyway, so there's really no difference. Actually, there's no difference between Thune being in the majority or the minority, because it's the same. Unbelievable. I want to know where the guy is. I want to know when Congress puts this SAVE Act in the reconciliation bill, Reconciliation 2.0, I want everybody to ask John Thune why he doesn't fire the parliamentarian, who's been totally, as Morgan Griffith said yesterday, totally duplicitous. She rules one way and then the other way based on one thing: partisanship. If she's a total left-winger, and if the parliamentarian rules favor some left-wing agenda, all of a sudden it's fine. When it doesn't, it's not fine. She has no authority. Nobody elected her. She was appointed by Harry Reid. Fire her. Or just override her. Or give her an office across town. I don't care what you do. Just get her out. But they won't do that either. They'll do nothing. And then they're gonna wonder what happened when we lost. And the Democrats cheated again. Because that's what they do. They cheat. And so the reason why they're going crazy over the SAVE Act is because they're not going to be able to cheat to the extent, they'll still cheat, to the extent they were. Dead people voting, people in empty lots voting, homeless people voting, no people voting, ballots in boxes, lying on the Starbucks floor, ballots for everybody, ballots everywhere, ballots everywhere. Boxes everywhere, stuffed ballots in boxes. Nobody checks a signature, boom, done, you win. Mail-in ballots that come in perpetuity. We'll just keep counting the mail-in ballots till like Kenneth wins. Minute Kenneth gets ahead. Okay, call the race. No more ballots. Thank you. How many times have they done that? This is how the communists have to win. They can't get enough votes, so they got to cheat, or they got to import illegal voters in, one or the other. And you know I'm right about all this stuff. Let's get to the phone lines. Let's go early. Dave, Arizona, 329, Arizona time. Dave, you're live. Go.
Thanks so much, Godzilla. Appreciate it. Love that rant. That's exactly where I am. So I keep pressing VP Vance, I call the White House comment line every day, and I remind him that he is duty-bound to represent we the people. 77 million of us voted for the ticket he was on. He needs to walk in the Senate, and as Senate President, fire the parliamentarian, take a roll call, find out where Mitch McChina is. He's not available. We just go with 99 senators. Not a big deal. We move along. And fire the parliamentarian and put the SAVE Act up, get rid of the filibuster, and do the will of we the people. Full stop. So I would encourage, if people want to call the White House comment line, if you don't mind me giving the number, 202-456-1111. Again, that's 202-456-1111. The government represents we the people. They are our servants. So let your voices be heard, America.
Listen, he's a collaborator. Let's start calling him what he is. He's collaborating with the communists. Why would you not get the SAVE Act on the floor for a vote and get rid of the parliamentarian? And why wouldn't you force Susan College to vote for this? And why wouldn't you do it now when McConnell's out? McConnell's going to vote no. So if he doesn't vote, what does that mean? You need one less vote. Do the math. Now you don't need 50, you need 49. You got 49. That's why they're propping him up. This is like Weekend at Bernie's, dude. I mean, smell the coffee. Look at what they're doing. They are propping this guy up. No one knows. We talked to him. Who talked to him? Oh, yeah, we had a nice convo. We had a little tapioca pudding. We had some mush. We had a yogurt. We had some baby food. We spoon-fed him. He's looking great. Doing great. He's going to go on the treadmill soon. After his tapioca and his farina. They're propping him up, Weekend at Bernie's, for one reason. Because if he's not there and they vote on the SAVE Act, they only need 49 votes. And guess what? They have 49 votes. Wake up, people. John Thune is a collaborator. That's all he is. Dave, thank you. Great call. Quick break. Right back. Great show today. Got so many people on, I can shake a stick. They're just dropping out of the sky. Everybody wants to be on our show. Everybody wants to call in. Somebody said the other day, I was tuning you in the other day. I was at the RNC. Oh, by the way, I'll tell you, that's story. When I get back, remind me of that. I'll tell you the RNC story. I had somebody tell me the other day, I tuned in your show the other day. I'm driving around. Guy just called me on the phone. He said, I never saw a guy in the morning nationally take so many calls. Because that's why I'm here. Why else am I here if I don't take your calls? 888-480-JOHN. Besides, Dan loves to talk to you. I'll be right back.
When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendment, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
When you're learning something new, experience matters. At Lifestyles Unlimited, we've spent over 30 years teaching people how real estate investing works and how to build income with a clear, step-by-step strategy. Our program is designed to help you learn what to do, why it works, and how to take action at your own pace. Join today for just $297, a 60% savings off the regular price. Text radio to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
That's how I feel. Damn sick and tired of getting out rebounded. 25 offensive rebounds. First time we block out, we get called for a damn block out. We're pushing people. Meanwhile, they're on the other court grabbing rebounds, going over the top and grabbing them. We get one offensive rebound, the other get called for over the back. We don't block out very damn well, and we're not getting called, one or the other. That's where I'm frustrated. That's where my whole frustration comes in, offensive rebounds. The entire thing came down to offensive rebound. They got every stinking offensive rebound, we didn't get one of them. What else do you want to know?
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You got him. John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America. I am your Godzilla of the truth and clarity right here. Great to have you with us. Phone lines open, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. You want to weigh in? I'd love to have you. Love to have your thoughts. You can also text us, 878-256-9062, 878-256-9062. Dan, I think that's the number, right? Put that up in the Chiron. We got a great show for you today. We got Elaine Parker at 7, Oxman coming at 7:30. Jessica Jackson is going to be with us. She's at 8:05 from the Reform Alliance. I asked Barry Draper to come on because he's written all these songs for us. Dan, the least I can do is get him on. Also one of our sponsors. He's a great guy. We got Dave McCormick's going to be with us, Senator McCormick at 9. And then we moved the DC Dispatch from 9:30 to 10:30. So we're going to get an extra half hour of that, Dan. I think I told Leahy, so we're all good there. So we got a big day ahead of us, 4.5 hours on the air. So marathon day, right? All that, all good. And so I get through today and tomorrow, and then guess where we're off to, Dan? Just take it. Just take a guess. Guess where we're off to right after the show? Yeah, you got it. Colonial Downs Racetrack, baby, in New Kent. That's where Anna and I are going for the weekend. Can't wait to go there. It's going to be fun, fun, fun. And we're going to be there Friday, but get there about the third or fourth race. And then we'll stay Saturday and Sunday, post time, 12:30 p.m. Now, you don't want to miss Colonial Downs. Racing Thursday, racing Friday, racing Saturday, racing Sunday, 4 days a week. Biggest meet they've ever had. Post time, 12:30. Hey, admission is free. Parking is free. Food is great. Casino downstairs. OTP upstairs. Also got a sports book. All good. Hey, well, I'm just here for love and cheer. Love and cheer. Plus, we got a lot going on this weekend at Colonial Downs. Got some big races coming up, and we're looking at something on Sunday, so that's going to be fun. All right here at Colonial Downs. Now, more information to have fun. Bring your family. Got to bring the kids. They'll have so much fun. They'll have so much fun there. It's just a great atmosphere. Nate Mize, you've done a super job. You're the bomb. Just go to colonialdowns.com, colonialdowns.com. Get all the information there in New Kent. And it's only like, 20 minutes, right? 20 minutes outside of Richmond, Dan, right down.
Yep, about that.
64 East. and about an hour and 15 minutes from Virginia Beach, hour from Chesapeake. All the lanes are open. 64 has been expanded. You can get there from West Virginia. In Northern Virginia, I mean, we'll leave Friday at 11 o'clock. We'll be there at 1. I'll be at my table at 1 o'clock. It's only 2 hours. And it's just a fun weekend or a fun day. So bring your family. If you're in the area, go to colonialdowns.com, colonialdowns.com. The most beautiful racetrack in America. Great to have you. Okay, let's get to, what do we got here? Johnny in Jersey. Johnny, you're live. Line 1.
Hey, John, how you doing? You had mentioned, I got a couple things here. So the Plattner thing, okay? If you believe that that's organic and that wasn't pre-planned and that wasn't a Biden-Kamala switcheroo from day one, you're as stupid as they think you are. The bottom line is they saw Plattner was bombing. They figured, let's just pull him and go with another candidate. What do we have to lose? Because that's how the Democrats think. They're throwing a Hail Mary. But that was planned, predetermined. I mean, look at the timing on it. Right before you can take them out, you bring in a new candidate. You don't have time to vet them, blah, 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 blah. So, if you think this is just, the media doing a great job in uncovering these things, like I said, you're basically as stupid as they think you are. And when we come down to Thune, I mean, he has to understand that this is his last 2 years in office. He will be demolished in a primary. So unless he's oblivious, which he may be. I mean, some of these senators are insane. And obviously you can't throw money at a campaign and win. They learned that through the guy in Texas, 150 million versus 10 million, and he got blown out and embarrassed. He will get destroyed soon. But at the end of the day, and take this for what it's worth, because I love him. He's my president. This is Trump's administration, and Thune is the head of his Senate. And that's where responsibility ultimately lies. In your company, John, who does responsibility lie with at the end of the day? No matter what Dan does, this one does, you and your wife. The bottom line is it has to be the responsibility of the men on the top. And that's why I loved your last caller. I call John Thune's office every day to tell him he's no longer going to be a senator. So that's what everybody else should be doing. But the bottom line is Trump needs to make election integrity. We have nothing. Iran, healthcare, all of it is by the wayside if we don't have honest, fair elections. It should be the only sole focus of this administration. He should be sitting in Alaska and in South Dakota on a weekly basis holding rallies to pressure these. It should be his only purpose. And that's what drives me a little bit insane, but the alternative is unthinkable. So the bottom line is I pray he listens to this, but this show, which I think, like you said, I think he listens in the morning up to the 7 o'clock hour. Election integrity is all that matters. But at the end of the day, soon, McConnell, how does Trump, I hope he's, just pulling our chain when he says, I have no idea how McConnell's doing. How would he not know how that much important a deal would be not known? He has to know. I mean, McConnell's a vegetable. Say what you want about her, but Laura Loomer is rarely ever wrong. I've never really seen her. She's always proven to be right at the end of the day, no matter what you think of her, how rough she is around the edges. The bottom line is, you look at her track record. So she's on to something, and she knows she gets the most attacks out of the majority of anybody. So she's not going to put that out there if she's not 99.9% certain what she's saying. I just can't believe that these people put themselves out on the line like Jennings and stuff because, as they say, in the end, the people always find out. And that's what I have to say today, Johnny.
Good rant, John. You're 100% correct. 100%. And the buck does stop with the president. And, it's like there's a couple things he's done that I don't particularly, I wouldn't have done. Going around telling me John Thune's a great leader and John Thune's my friend. No, I got friends also that don't belong in the jobs they're in. Doesn't matter. They're there. He needs to get them out. And then, playing footsie with Mandami. Oh, he's a nice guy. No, he's a communist that basically, if he had his way, you'd be in prison. So I don't know. I don't get this nice guy thing. Oh, yeah, he's a nice guy. I wish him well. Okay, well, when the riots start and they have no money and they go to you to bail them out, I hope you tell him to shove it up his ass. We'll see what happens. So I don't like that either. And the third thing I didn't like is I didn't like the way Elise Stefanik was treated. I'm still really not over that. I don't hold the grudge, but I'm not over it. That's the one thing I didn't get over this year was the way she was treated. It really upset me. She's a great lady, but it is what it is. Okay, Johnny, thank you. Anthony in Florida, line 1. Anthony, you're live.
Good morning, John Boyle. How you doing, brother?
Never better.
Yeah. Well, here we are. I'm telling you, John. You said something real quick. I didn't like how Elise Stefanik was treated either. She was an ally, another, Trump loyalist. Riding with him to the end. And
Anthony, she was beyond loyal. Okay, they named the woman. They named the woman ambassador to the United Nations. For the rest of her life, you would have called her Ambassador Stefanik. The rest of her life. That is one of the most coveted ambassadorships in the United States. Ambassador to the UN. She earned it. She was named it. Then we had some problems in the House. We had some people that passed. The majority got too slim. The White House asked her to withdraw that from that nomination, of which she would have sailed through, withdraw from that to go back in the House to get the extra vote that we needed. You know what she said? Of course. Whatever you want. Did what the White House said, went there. Then she launched a campaign for governor. The campaign for governor was based on one thing: vilifying Mandami. She raised money. She worked her tail off. She couldn't get his endorsement. Then they played footsie with Bruce Blakeman, some guy in Long Island. Then he's playing footsie with Mandami in the White House. Oh, yeah, he's a nice guy. And then her campaign imploded. And she didn't get his backing. And so she withdrew and went into the private sector. I didn't like that.
Yeah, like I said, I'm finding it, and I hope the president is listening, because he is. I remember Rush Limbaugh said something years ago. He said the only way Trump can be destroyed is if Trump destroys. The only way he can destroy MAGA is if he does it, and he's doing just that, because some of the things he's doing is inconsistent. I didn't like the way one day he would say, like, I made a lot of money, and I'm like, I'm not making a lot of money. We're still suffering out here, and when everyone's like, oh, the economy is doing great and stuff, the grassroots. I've spent the last 3 or 4 days, dealing with the grassroots. Brother, they're ready to burn any senator in effigy. I'm telling you, a politician, a senator, especially in Georgia, the Southeast, they can't stand senators or Republicans because of the duplicities, the apathy, the lack of, there's a total disconnect between them and the people. They're not doing the will of the people anymore. So, you should go back and tell them, they're on the verge of a 1776 out there. In the hinterland, they're really on the verge of another revolution. And it's like, you try to tell people, like, hey, look at the things he's done. You give them 5 things that Trump's done, they hit you with 10 things that he hasn't done or he hasn't done.
Well, look,
and
Anthony,
it ends up as a big fight.
There's always going to be naysayers, okay? I think he's been the greatest president in probably the history of the Republic. Without him, we wouldn't have a country. You know it, I know it. So, yeah, he didn't do this, he didn't do that. I don't like, the fact that, he says nice things about Thune, but that's his style, okay? I'm not going to argue with his style. Problem is, we need to get the SAVE Act. So we can sit there and talk about, rhetoric and anomalies, and he didn't do this, or we should have done that. Bottom line is, the economy is roaring. I understand people are suffering. It's going to get better because all the indications are there. I know people are running out of patience, and they might not vote, or they might vote for the communists. Like, I get it. Like, I'm an adult. But you can't change the facts. I mean, the guy's been the most extraordinary president in probably history, saving the Republic from Kamala Harris, which right now you wouldn't have a country. You know it, and I know it. So, yeah, he didn't do this, he didn't do that. Okay, fine. Who cares? Okay, at the end of the day, he's done 95% of the things that he was supposed to do, and he's been a tremendous president and a great leader. Now, does that mean we want Thune out of there? I just want Thune out. I mean, if you pass the SAVE Act, we're going to win the election. That's all you got to do. You got to pass one bill. You got to pass the SAVE Act, and you win, because they can't win if they don't cheat. That's all you got to do. The frustration with Republicans and MAGA is not on Trump. It's on Thune. It's on the Senate. It's on the South Carolina Senate not getting a map. It's on the Mississippi governor kicking the can down the road. It's the Georgia State House not changing those maps. That's where the frustration is, Anthony. The frustration is with the rhinos that are clinging for power, trying to wait Trump out. I don't know if they're going to be able to do it, but McConnell is weekend at Bernie's because they know if he's gone, they can pass the SAVE Act with 49 votes. And they know they have 49 votes. So why don't they want the SAVE Act passed? Ask yourself that question, Anthony. Why? Why don't the Republicans want to pass the SAVE Act? Why?
Because they're a controlled opposition, and it benefits them. They're just as the rhinos in our party are just as bad as some of the Democrats. They're taking money hand over fist. They're corrupt. So it benefits them to keep, like a Bernie, sequestered somewhere. Remember Feinstein? Every time you seen her, it looked like they had a diehard battery under her wheelchair. Just giving her enough impulse shots to move a part of her body. She was, every time you seen her, she looked like she was dead. Like she was embalmed. I think he's even worse. Literally.
Well, the difference here is she was one vote for the Democrats. The difference here is McConnell's permanent abscess, however you want to define that, means that the Republicans only need 49 votes to pass the SAVE Act. That's what it means. So, and they've got 49 votes. They don't have 50. They got 49. That's why they're keeping him alive. Or that's why they're not telling you what's wrong with him. Because they don't want to pass the SAVE Act because they don't want to win. This is no different, Anthony, than point shaving in basketball. It's no difference. Guys tank games. They tank their props. I mean, you're seeing it now on ESPN or the Athletic, like I follow on almost a weekly basis. Somebody else is indicted. They tank the game. They tank it. They bet the other team or they bet against themselves. Somebody places their bets that they're not going to get 6 rebounds and they get 4 rebounds. They get boxed out every play. I mean, it's the same thing. It's no different. This is the point shaving scandal in the Senate of all time. I like that line. I'm going to coin that. All right. What else you got? I'll give you the final word.
Yeah, like I said, and Scott Jennings has lost all credibility with me.
Why?
I mean, for him to say like, "Oh, I talked to him," like, dude, give us some video. Let me, let's see proof of life. Wheel him out, man. Let's see him. It's like nobody trusts the media. Nobody. Do you realize that, John? Like the little guy no longer trusts. We don't trust the FBI, government, media. Now I trust you. You're established credit. You're truth. You're Godzilla. I trust the truth. But everybody else, you should be sitting in the front. I mean, you should have a Helen Thomas seat. It should be the John Fredericks. You could throw the Helen Thomas seat away and put you in it. But everybody else, I wouldn't trust them if they told me the doggone sky was blue.
What's your beef with Scott Jennings?
I just don't like how he said he was talking to, he talked to McConnell, and I didn't see, I don't believe. Well, I talked to him. Like, okay, well, let's see it. Let's see some video. I want proof. You can't just say you talked to somebody, and we believe you. You need openness, full disclosure. You need to, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that this person is, especially senators, wheel them out. These guys, they lie too much. I want to know if he's alive. I don't think that this is a representative republic. His people, the citizens, need to know your representative is alive and well and cogent enough to cast a vote or do their job. That's what they're paid for.
I agree.
That seems pretty self-explanatory, so.
Yeah, I thought, I don't know what the point of that was. I'm not going to comment on, his methodology, but like if I did it, I wouldn't have put that out if I couldn't release a video. You just don't do it because it's like, okay, you talk to him. Okay, so what are you saying? Oh, he's fine. Well, then let me see the video or let me hear the audio. You're providing me with nothing. So I'm not going to question his motives because I don't know the guy. But it didn't feel good to a lot of people because it was like, okay, well, where's the backup? And what was even the point? Like, you do this, like when I do something, there's a point. Like, what was the point of talking to him? And then say I talked to him. Like, what was the point of that? He's alive? Okay, well, nobody's saying he's dead. So what was the objective? It just didn't feel good. So I agree with you. Don't know the guy, not going to criticize him because I don't know. But I'll just comment on the fact that I was unclear of what the purpose of that was. I mean, it looked like more collaboration to keep him like viable or something. I don't know what the objective was. Like if somebody said, "Hey, John, we got you an interview with McConnell," I bet we'll have him call in the show. Well, then he got his audio. You ask him questions. Say, "Oh, I had a private conversation with him over the phone. He's fine." Well, do you even know you were talking to him? Not really. So I don't know. Who knows? Weird stuff going on, Anthony in Florida. Thank you for the call, as always. John Thune is shaving points in the Senate. So I love that line. Isn't that a great line, Dan?
It's pretty good.
This is what we do on our show. We just come up with stuff. Elaine Parker's next. Your calls are next. I got clips coming up. I got Plattner. I got Trump. I think we'll save that Trump clip. You have that one, number one?
I do, yeah.
Let's save that for Dave McCormick when he comes on. Senator McCormick, get his comments on that.
Sounds good.
Yeah, we'll save it for that. We got a lot of other stuff going on here. 888-480-JOHN. You want to weigh in? You know where to reach me. Phone line's open. Hobgood loves to talk to you. By the way, I love the Hobgood Minute, Dan. Actually, get here to tune that in. I make sure that I'm not getting my coffee or something.
Oh, excellent. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, and I appreciate the feedback that you gave me yesterday saying that you've heard good things from others, too.
Good things. I like that, and, of course, I love the Ox Minute because he just makes me laugh. He just the guy's hilarious. I don't know how he comes up with that stuff every day, but it's hilarious. The guy's really funny. We'll be right back. Elaine Parker next.
JFV Sportsman.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm John Scott. The United States launching new airstrikes against Iran, and Iran responded by targeting Gulf countries. And the strikes came hours after President Trump said recent Iranian attacks on ships in the Strait of Hormuz signaled the end of the ceasefire and threatened to escalate the conflict if they didn't stop. In Utah, prosecutors are working to show they have enough evidence to try Tyler Robinson in the murder of Charlie Kirk. A week-long preliminary hearing continues today as the country watches. Correspondent Heine Scheinbaum has more on the story.
Charlie Kirk's widow and parents were back in court in Utah on Wednesday as investigators testified in the week-long preliminary hearing for the man accused of killing him. I was in the courtroom as an agent with the Utah State Bureau of Investigation described the night that defendant Tyler Robinson showed up with his parents at the Washington County Sheriff's Office to turn himself in. He has not entered a plea. Next in the case, we expect to hear parts of an interview with Robinson's roommate and romantic partner, Lance Twiggs. Prosecutors say they also plan to introduce as evidence an alleged confession note that Robinson left for Twigg. Outside the courthouse in Provo, Utah, I'm Hannah Schoenbaum.
The U.S. heat wave posing serious risk, especially for vulnerable populations such as the elderly, children, and outdoor workers. The heat dome affecting some specialty farmers who produce crops like fruits and vegetables.
Annie Woods, a vegetable and herb farmer in Kentucky who harvests by hand, has moved her work to the early morning and late evening to avoid the hottest parts of the day. The extreme heat has also shortened the harvest window for some farmers of certain fruits like raspberries. Specialty crop farmers often plant a wide diversity of crops to offset potential losses from extreme weather. Keith Peters reporting.
More on these stories from townhall.com.
Hey, I'm Kirk Cameron. Is health insurance eating up your budget for 2026? If you're looking for ways to better steward your finances, consider this: Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a health insurance alternative at half the cost. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. While insurance companies tell you when to join, what to pay, and where to go, CHM is different. As a ministry, CHM allows you to share the burden of medical bills with other Christians. You can enroll, switch programs, or leave at any time. Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a world of difference. CHM has 4 flexible programs. You can pick any certified doctor, surgeon, or hospital that you want for eligible care. So make the switch. Take your paycheck back from health insurance this year. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
The International Monetary Fund modestly downgraded its outlook for the world economy this year, citing the energy shock caused by the Iran war.
Fallout from the conflict is being tempered somewhat by booming investment in AI and other tech. The IMF now expects the global economy to expand by a sluggish 3% this year, down from 3.5% last year and from the 3.1% forecast issued back in April. The war pushed up energy prices, squeezing business and consumers. The IMF now expects oil prices to be up nearly 32% this year. Rich Thomason reporting.
New suspected Ebola cases have been reported in previously unaffected parts of Congo. The death toll from the latest outbreak reaching 600 now. The outbreak declared on May 15th is caused by the Bundi-Bushio virus, which has no approved vaccine or treatment. News at townhall.com. The streets of New York gradually getting back to normal.
That's after structural damage and a high-rise forced evacuations
Some people, though, have been allowed back into nearby buildings Wednesday, and workers fashioned temporary fixes to shore up a massive development. That's at the site of the former headquarters of pharmaceutical giant Pfizer. But several nearby buildings still are under full evacuation orders, and some streets remain closed. The structure is slated to become a luxury apartment building. Jason Walker reporting.
Bonnie Tyler, the gravelly-voiced Welsh pop star known for Total Eclipse of the Heart, has died at age 75. She was hospitalized in Portugal in May 2026 for emergency surgery and placed in an induced coma. Her career took off with hits like It's a Heartache. More on these stories at townhall.com.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you My Pillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our My Pillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our My Pillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on two huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show.
grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who tells his players to just keep swinging, John Fredericks.
Great to have you back. I'm your Godzilla of the Truth in America. I take my jacket off. A little hot in here. It's been hot in Washington, D.C. Takes the air a little bit in this my studio with all the lights on to kick in. So I got a fan in here. Took my jacket off for Elaine. So ready to go. Got Elaine Parker coming up. Got callers coming up. This segment brought to you by my great friends at Vape Technology. You know, put that up for me if you don't mind, Dan, because these guys, the vapetechnology.org, these guys have done such a great job. You know, those of us that quit smoking, like vaping is a godsend. And a lot of people don't understand it. They look at vaping and they say, oh, it's like flavored, it's for kids, it's this and that. You know, first of all, you got to be 21, right? So it's like alcohol, right? You got to be 21 years old, like cigarettes. So that's like a ridiculous argument. That's like saying, oh, gambling, open up a casino is bad for the kids. Well, you can't get in until you're 21 and you can't get in the door. Forget gambling. You can't even get in the door. So it's just nonsense. But the great thing about what the Vapor Technology organization has done is they understand that so many people have small businesses based on vape, and vaping is an alternative for a lot of kids to smoking, or a lot of people, I should say, not kids, to smoking. And it's a way to get off the cancer stick. And, Elaine knows this and others. Me, when Elaine first met me, I smoked a pack and a half a day, every day like clockwork, right? Always a pack, sometimes 2 packs, sometimes 1 pack, but average a pack and a half a day, 7 days a week. I mean, you're talking about 10 packs a week, a carton a week, basically. Just not good, not at my age. There's no way that's healthy. And I just had to get off it. Finally did. Vaping helped me, and I'm healthier than ever. I think I quit in, 2012, 10, 13. I don't remember, but it was a while back, and I haven't had one since. Now, I do have a pack here, just in case things go south. It's my little security blanket. I got my American Spirit Blue. I just keep it on my desk, in case you have a bad day and you need it, it's there, but I still haven't opened it. So that's good. But that's why vaping is so important. And Trump got the vape vote. And all that we ask is that President Trump follow through on helping the vape organization, all the people that own vape shops out there. It's one of the biggest entrepreneurial enterprises out there. And a lot of people started because they believe in it, and it's a great alternative. And the thing is, the end of the day, the cancer stick lobby, the cigarette lobby, it doesn't matter what they say, okay? They've been trying to put vape out of business forever because they know that that's a way out of their addiction. So help them out, support the Vape Association. We ask President Trump also to help them out. And you can learn more. Go to vaportechnology.org, vaportechnology.org. And this message has been paid for and authorized by vaportechnology.org. And my good friend Tony Big Dog, who's their executive director, hope to have him back soon. So I support the things that I believe in. And vaping is big. There's no big vaping business. It's all little mom and pop shops all over the country on Main Street. That's the beauty of it. And so many people have gotten into that, and we wish them very, very well. Okay, we're going to get to the phone lines. We got clips to play. Yes, Dan, it's looking fantastic. Just to answer your question, we're going to go to Steve in Virginia. I tell you what, why don't we bring Elaine in? Bring in Elaine Parker. She is Senior Vice President of Communications of the Job Creators Network. Go to joinjcn.com, joinjcn.com. Elaine, great to have you with us today.
Good morning, John.
Let's start with a phone call. We're going to, like we do with Todd Sheets today, we're going to suck you into the culture wars because it's just really a lot of fun. Let's get to Steve in Virginia. Steve, you're with John and Elaine.
Good morning, Chairman Fredericks, and good morning, Elaine.
I have to say something. Anthony is on to something when he was saying about Scott Jennings, because it's just one piece of the puzzle. On Tuesday, day before yesterday, I was listening to a fill-in host for Rob Carson, and it was Mary Walters. And she said, she had talked to McConnell, and, they talked about this, and that, and everything was fine. And then that same day, I heard Scott Jennings say almost word for word exactly what Mary Walters had said. And it's like, do you really talked to McConnell? I'm not saying that Mary Walters and Scott Jennings are, colluding or on some kind of thing with McConnell and Thune to, hide Mitch from the public. But I'm saying, do they really know that they talked to him? Who was it that they talked to? Because it's like almost word for word. This is what, he talked about Iran, he talked about this and that. So everything's fine, and it's only just kind of strange that his wife, ran off to China for some reason. But, there is something really wrong with the whole situation. So, yeah, and when it comes to Thune, months and months ago, back January or February, I think it was, I mentioned to you the Crosby, Stills, and Nash song, The Southern Cross, which I refer to as the double cross, because in that song is the lyrics, "We never failed to fail. It was the easiest thing to do." And that's the playbook that Thune and everybody else in the Senate is trying to use to keep from actually doing the will of the people.
Well, Steve, there's an old saying, right? The whole Jennings-Walter thing with McConnell, it simply doesn't pass the stink test. That's basically it. It just doesn't pass the test. And
and I'm not saying that they're
I'm not either. I'm not. We're saying the same thing. We're not. I'm not disputing they talked to him. I'm not disputing what he said. I'm not disputing the report. I'm asking what the objective was. What was the objective? And then I'm asking, why don't we have an audio? I mean, you talk on the phone. Everybody's got a record button. Everybody. Or you put it on the speaker and you record it. You have no recording. You have no video. You have nothing. And they say the same thing. I mean, it just, I'm not accusing anybody of anything, and I don't know. But it seems odd to me. It seems a little odd. Wouldn't you agree with that, Steve? Does it seem a little odd that they would say the same thing and nobody has any collaboration? Because if he doesn't vote, they only need 49 votes to pass the SAVE Act. And guess how many votes they have? 49. That's their problem. Not to be conspiratorial, but it all just seems rather odd, right? If you ever watched the movie The Blind Side, right? Remember when the offensive lineman is there talking to the NCAA people back when the NCAA actually had power? Now it's like a joke, right? And the lady with the NCAA, the investigator, said to him, don't you just find this odd? It's like, isn't this odd that, like everybody comes from Mississippi and they all go to Mississippi and now you're going to Mississippi. Don't you find that odd? Kind of the same thing. Dan knows about these movies. All right, Steve, thank you. Let's get to Elaine Parker. Elaine, thanks for joining us today.
Good morning, John. Thanks for having me.
Okay, so Elaine, I got to start with this clip here. We'll get to the economy in a minute, and gas, I promise, because I know that's why you come on. But I love getting you involved in this stuff. It's just so much fun. Actually, I plan it to be honest. Let's get to cut 7. Here's Brad Palumbo slamming the Dems, saying, well, look, a female operative and a Trump voter could also be a victim of sexual misconduct and domestic abuse, but not according to the Democrats. You can't make this stuff up. Go ahead, roll it.
I got my little violin out for him. You got to feel so bad. He's playing the victim. It was really probably AIPAC that made him get a Nazi tattoo, lie about it for years. It was probably AIPAC that made him allegedly physically abuse a Republican woman he used today. And it was probably AIPAC or the establishment or something that made this latest accusation. I think he's disgraceful. I genuinely think that's one of the worst, I don't even know, announcement videos I've ever seen. No accountability, no reflection, just a weird combination of backing away but also denying the allegation, not even standing on business. This whole thing is such a black eye for the Democratic Party writ large, though. It's not just him. They're doing the right thing eventually. But where was this energy when Lindsay Fifield came forward? Yes, she's a Republican operative. Doesn't mean she couldn't be a victim. She had contemporaneous corroboration that Graham Plattner, that she said at the time, physically abused her and locked her in a room. That should have been enough for the Believe Women Democrats. Zoran didn't withdraw the endorsement, didn't withdraw support. Bernie didn't. What are we doing here?
What is your reaction to all this, Elaine Parker?
Well, I told you a few weeks ago that the Democratic Party, when the initial allegations came out that apparently weren't serious enough or grave enough to cause anybody to pause, that their only goal was to find a way to stop Trump, and that they had turned the narrative for Dana Bash on CNN. Initially, she was on her, doing a selfie video on her Instagram account, talking about, what am I to do here? Like, where does the Democratic Party draw the line? And then, later on, she turns the narrative into, well, this is how we stop Trump. And if we don't get this seat in the Senate, they can't stop the Trump administration. And so that was the whole narrative. And now these more grave allegations come out about rape, and everyone finally starts to say, oh, well, that's just a step too far. And the first set of allegations, the poor woman posts on Twitter and says, hey, what about me? Like, how allegations weren't serious enough for you to, and there is no accountability from this guy. All he says is, everybody's being mean to me and they're not going to fund the campaign, and we've done so great. Look, a few weeks ago, I told you Susan Collins is not going to lose this seat. She's still not going to lose this seat. I never thought she would lose this seat. She listens to much to the party. She listens to her constituents, and that's why she continues to win her seat, because she wins Republicans, Independents, and Democrats in the state of Maine. Lisa Murkowski does the same thing in Alaska. That's why they win their seats. They listen to their constituents. I don't think she was ever going to lose this seat. It's not going to be an easy race, but she's not going to lose it.
I agree with you. I thought Collins was going to beat him without any of this happening. But you're right. I mean, to me, the biggest thing was the person who, the other two people that accused her in the New York Times, that were blown off by the whole Me Too crowd simply because they voted for Trump. She was a Trump supporter and she was a Republican. Therefore, she's not credible. I mean, but then the other thing, Elaine, is like he started tanking in the polls before the Politico story came out, right? He was up, then he was tied, then he was down by 3. Then Real Clear Politics, a couple polls had him dropping down by 5 to 7. The race was over. They were going to lose. All of a sudden, this story pops out a week before they have to replace the candidate. I mean, do you really believe that this was not planted and timed by the Politico and the left? And then all of a sudden they all jump on a bandwagon. Oh, he's got to go, but he didn't have to go with the other young lady, Filia, or Filfa. I can't say her name without I don't know the right pronunciation, but like she was just blown off. I mean, what is as a woman, what is your reaction to this whole thing?
I mean, look, it's all convenient facts. It's convenient timing. It's the same thing they did to Eric Swalwell. When he wasn't useful anymore and they saw that he wasn't going to help, they finally said, oh, hey, let's tank him. Let's take him out so that we can try to put somebody in who can win. That's their playbook. It's not listen to the constituents of Maine. Look, the Democratic voters, the far left Democratic voters of Maine elected this guy to be their candidate. I actually wish he would stay in the race because I definitely think that Susan Collins will win as a result of this. But like I said, I never thought she was going to lose her seat. I still don't think she's going to lose her seat. She listens to the constituents of Maine. It's a blue state, and yet she continues to keep that seat. And the reason why is because she attracts independents, Democrats, and Republicans to vote for her. Those people were never going to vote for Graham Plattner at all in his far left positions, just beginning with the tattoo on his chest.
We talked about the tattoo. Even that, Elaine, I mean, it's just the lies. Like, I was amazed that nobody pointed this out. He said he got a tattoo. You know how big that thing is? This big, like size of my fist, right? And he said, well, he got it, he was drunk and, he didn't really know what he was doing. Nobody called him on that. It's like, if you have gotten tattoos like I do, one that's like, I have one on my chest that's really big. It took 2 months of planning, right? And 15 hours in the chair. 15. I got there at 9 a.m. I got out at 11 o'clock at night. I mean, you just don't get this in 15 minutes because you're drunk. And if you're drunk, they won't do it because they got to stencil it. The whole thing was a lie. And nobody called them out. Nobody called him out on it except me. What, does nobody but me and him have a tattoo? Tattoos all over the country. Nobody called them out for the liar on that they were.
And it's not a painless process, I'm told. I don't have any tattoos, but if you're going to sit there and go through that process, you're not going to forget the tattoo that you have. And if you don't want that picture after you're done, inked on your body, then I would imagine that you would do something to get rid of it. And the reality is they knew. They knew when they were vetting him. They absolutely knew what they were doing. And now they're trying to distance themselves. He's been Swalwelled.
Eric Swalwell, never to be heard from again. He dropped out of the race. When was the last time anybody even mentioned his name on the Democrat side? It's like he doesn't exist, right? He's just gone. I mean, these people are so duplicitous. It's incredible that we just go along, like people are just going along with this, the constant lies and the nonsense that comes out. And by the way, getting a tattoo, there is a level of discomfort that goes with it. But the discomfort is part of the process. Let me just put it that way. Hard to explain. Okay, forget that. Let's get to cut 8. Here's your buddy Plattner. Oh, it's the media's fault now. The media that basically protected the guy for a year, right? Protected him, had his back. The fake news. Now it's their fault. Let's roll this. To me, the whole thing is hilarious. I don't think the Democrats get past this. 8, go.
Hey everyone, it's Graham Plattner here. I think as many of you know, over the past couple days, I have faced some very serious allegations, and I just want to make it clear, this is all false. The things that have been claimed did not happen. It's not real. It has placed an immense amount of weight on me as I think about what needs to happen now. Amy and I are regular people. We were not looking for this experience. We were not looking to get into politics. We had no desire to run for office. I just want you to think about what you would do as a regular person in a position where a much larger world.
All right, I had enough.
Large forces.
Enough. All right, enough. Okay, enough. Go. So now he's like the victim. The Democrats have a way of turning now he's the victim. He's the victim of the media that protected him for a year and had his back and carried his water. He's now the victim. Let me say, we never thought about getting into politics. Okay. You actually had to think about getting in and then all the things you did and all the apps you were on. I understand there's some app that he was on that was like a Predators app or something. Somebody was telling me about. I don't even know the name of it. But
he's been a busy guy.
Well, I mean, the guy's a scumbag beyond belief. You got to sit there and think, well, eventually somebody's going to find this stuff. And he's like, now he's the victim, Elaine. Unbelievable.
So I will never forget, my favorite line is Elizabeth Warren, where she says, he's my kind of guy. I mean, that should just follow her around, a big, air bubble over her head that says, Graham Plattner is my kind of guy. For the rest of her career, that should follow Elizabeth Warren everywhere she goes. He's my kind of guy.
Oh, my God. Dan, see if you can find that clip. We need to play it every day. Just see if you can find it before Elaine gets off.
Every day. You should play that clip
every day
from Elizabeth Warren every single day.
Just play it every day at 8 o'clock. Every day. just play it after whatever we're playing at 8. Just play it every day from now through November. Because it's my. Remember when she had the beer with her husband? Remember that? Like she popped open a beer. I mean, it's just like, come on, man. You think we're stupid? I mean, these people are just unbelievable. There's no authenticity with any of them, and they're just. I think this thing is really going to blow up in their face. And now this guy, all of a sudden, he's the victim. All these women coming forward, that even his other girlfriends were saying he was a nasty guy. He's just a nasty guy. And all of a sudden, PTSD and this and that. Come on, the whole thing is ridiculous. All right.
John, I'm just curious what the process is going to be for who. What is their process? Is there some sort of electoral process for anointing whoever is going to be the nominee? Is it official? Who's God in this decision? Who is the powers that be? Who's the committee? What is the official process? If I were a voter in Maine, I would think, who gets to decide this? Who's important enough to make this decision?
It's going to be the Democratic Executive Committee of Maine. It's going to be the chairman. It's going to be the chairman of the DNC. It's going to be Schumer. It's going to be the moneyed people, and the decision is going to be made by doing flash polls and seeing who's got the best opportunity of any candidate they have to beat Collins. That's what it's going to be based on, nothing else, because they're trying to win the seat. And as far as Collins is concerned, we're going to do a bus tour, me and Saxman in New Hampshire and Maine in September, the first week in October, I think. But I mean, the thing about you look at Plattner and then you look at Susan Collins, right? I mean, Susan Collins is like everybody's grandma, right? She's baking, cookies for the grandkids. I mean, she's just the sweetest lady. I'm sure she's tough in politics, but just if you just sit there and talk to her for 5 minutes, she's just as nice of a person you'll ever meet in your life. Just sweet. And then you juxtapose that with this guy like beating up girlfriends. You can't make this stuff up, Lynn.
I don't agree with Susan Collins very often. But the thing that won me over was during the Supreme Court, the Kavanaugh hearings. Her closing argument on the Kavanaugh hearings was masterful. I'd really know anything about her. And she laid a credible closing argument during that time. And it was so raw and emotional. And people were so divided, as they always are. She's like this. But she won my respect. And it made me realize that she keeps that seat and she wins that seat because in spite of the Republican Party and in spite of there are times in votes where she takes votes that are contrary to the Republican Party. She does it because she listens to the people who vote for her. And that is why they're going to keep her in office. And I will continue saying that until November.
All right, stay with us for another segment. We got a lot of stuff to go over. I want to get your take, but you're 100% right. Many people like me think that was the greatest address ever made in the well of the Senate history. And I'm one of them. It's the greatest speech ever made and she single-handedly saved his nomination. Single-handedly. It's very hard to do in the United States. One speech changes a nation. Thank you. Stay with us, Elaine Parker. I think Ox is coming up. We got callers on the line. As soon as Elaine comes on, everybody wants to call and talk to Elaine. Not me, you. I'll be right back.
Day for others. Let your smile be a light for all to see. It's a gesture of love from the Lord. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
I am here because Washington needs fighters, and Graham Plattner is the fighter we need. You bet. I said to myself, that's my kind of man.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America.
It's Godzilla!
No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You know, folks, my wellness kit is one of the greatest investments I've ever made in my life. And everybody should have one. Elaine should have one. Dan should have one. Ox should have one. Everybody should have this. We've got so many of these. We replenish them all the time. And this summer, Patriot Americans from all over America celebrating 250. This nation was founded by brave patriots who declared their independence from the British overlords over a 3% tax on tea. Now, this summer, we're not only reflecting on 250, but also American individualism, taking things into your own hands and declare your independence. And one of the independence we need to declare from is Big Pharma and the broken medical establishment. That's where the wellness company comes in. And we have had Ann and I, such tremendous success with it, and Joe and Jack and Claire and our family, because we talk to TWC doctors all the time on this network. You know them. The wellness company gives you a unique opportunity to make sure that you're prepared for whatever happens with their series of prescription medical kits. Kits like we have that contain an assortment of life-saving medications, guidebooks to assist in the proper utilization. But the main thing is it's preventative medicine. Why I never get sick, why I'm never off the air, is because when I feel the sickness coming on, I open up my TWC medical emergency kit and everything is there. Z-Pak, ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, antibiotics. I feel the strep throat coming on. You nip it in the bud so then you can get up the next day. You're not suffering. Everything is in the guidebook. The wellness company offers everything, a variety of parasite cleanses, methionine blue, weight loss, etc. Celebrate America's 250 by declaring your independence from Big Pharma. Best thing to do. Here's all you have to do. Go to twc.health/Godzilla, twc.health/Godzilla. Promo code Godzilla, 10% off. I'm telling you, this is the best investment that you could make for you or your family. Just go to twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla, 10% off. You got to go through it. There'll be a doctor online. These are prescription meds, but you have it. And this is the thing. Ask Saxman. He knows. You don't need it until you need it. And then you need it. And if you don't have it, you can't get it in the time you need it. So get it now, have it in your home for you and your family. You'll thank me later. The first time you feel sickness coming on or something happens, boom, you're there. I mean, simple thing like Ann got bit by a bunch of fire ants on her toe. She had those open sandals on. I forget where we were, walking around somewhere, next day, toes infected, boom, open up the medical emergency kit. Don't have to go to the doctor. Look it up, fire ant bites. Here it is. Here's what to take. 3 days, boom, gone. Antibiotics, the whole bit. All right there. Don't have to do anything. No doctors, no emergency rooms, no money. Just get it done and get it fixed. twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla, 10% off. Okay, let's get back to Elaine Parker. Elaine, I want to get to cut 12. Let's get here, Danny. This is Fetterman, John Fetterman, saying that Bernie Sanders needs to apologize to Maine voters, and then we'll move on to economics. I think I got Oxon. Go ahead, roll that, Dan.
All the way to this point? Yeah, absolutely. Bernie Sanders needs to apologize to the voters of Maine and to everyone that donated to that train wreck of a campaign. More than anyone, he pushed P. Hustle into the election, and now he keeps pushing these communists and these kind of awful anti-American people. So there's plenty of those people that have to humble themselves. Humble yourself and stop pushing, this kinds of people on people in my party.
Well, now we got Fetterman finally using the word communist, which I'm the one that started it 2 years ago. And everybody made fun of me. And a couple, I'm going to tell you who, news stations I was on told me I couldn't use that word because it was inflammatory. And now everybody's using it. Once again, I'm a trendsetter. Sorry. Let's bring in Dan Oxner from Minnesota. Ox, you're on with Elaine Parker. I love this duet. So, Dan, let's roll. Elaine, now we got Fetterman talking about the communists. What is your reaction to that?
Fetterman, I love the guy. I continue to love what he says. I feel bad for him. He's in such a tough spot with his party because he's a Democrat. He's born and raised a Democrat. His heart is with the Democratic Party and the values that he sees within the party. And I think he's so distraught over the anti-Semitism within his party and the people like Bernie Sanders and the Graham Plattners. And I think, and how they're willing to turn a blind eye to this kind of behavior, whether it's Eric Swalwell or Graham Plattner or the anti-Semitism in the party. And he's struggling so much with it. He doesn't want to be a Republican. He's made that very clear. He's not going to change parties. I think he wants to be a voice in the Democratic Party of reason, which is hysterical because when he was running for Senate, I would have never predicted this of him. What a shock, what a surprise, to hear this. But he's not going to be a Republican. He's going to try to be the Democratic Party that he loves and that he believes can still be salvaged. I don't think it can be salvaged, but I wish him luck, and I see his struggle, and I feel bad for him. But I'm glad he's saying what he's saying.
Well, he's going to be a one-term senator, so he might as well get the get whatever he can out of the next 2 years. Ox, you want to weigh in? Dan Oxner from KNSI, the Oxman. Ox, good to have you and Elaine with you. Dan, you want to weigh in on this whole thing?
Oh, well, Fetterman, what we saying everything about Fetterman, other than the whole rape charge thing and everything, but like unfit for office, where did they come up with this guy? At least we were in, several states over. If you're actually in the state, in the race, you're paying attention to the campaign, you might know him differently. But I feel like nationally, we all thought Fetterman was like, really? That's your guy? That's the best you can come up with? And now he's the poster child for Really, Maine? That's your guy? That's the best you can come up with? I find it to be incredibly ironic. Would have never predicted it. Wow. And yes, I'm with you, Elaine. I've got an affection for the fella now. But if you go back and listen to my shows from several years ago, you would have never known. So, but this Plattner thing, what a joke.
Well, I did a 3-month bus tour for Oz in that campaign in Pennsylvania, and we should have won that race, mail-in ballots. But having said that, what do you think of this whole Plattner thing? And now the Dems have got to what? They'll do polling and figure out who their best candidate is and just name the candidate. This is incredible, Dan.
I wish they would have waited 3 weeks. The Republican, we did this in Minnesota. They did this in Maine. Let it go beyond the deadline to where now they're stuck with this guy. I know it's a very serious charge. There's a rape victim here. And she, by her own admission, right? I mean, I'm a Democrat. I like his politics, but I can't let this go. But it just seems like on a political standpoint, the Republicans just can't get a break whenever this happens. And like what happened in Minnesota, be careful because all of a sudden maybe they'll get that miracle candidate that's going to beat Susan Collins as a Democrat, and now we're screwed. A lot of it is because of the legwork was already laid down to bash Plattner for so long that this one little straw that breaks the camel's back, it takes him out.
Incredible.
Too soon politically.
Let's get let's take a phone call. Let's get to Cindy in my home city of Washington, D.C. Line 3. Cindy, you're on with Ox and Elaine. I think you have a comment and a question. But Cindy, because we got 3 people here, we cannot have a 5-minute rant. But go ahead.
You know me so well.
A little bit, yes.
Just a touch. Yeah, good morning, everyone. So just a baby rant, a mini rant. I don't care about Plattner anymore. He resigned. He's out. Moving on, okay? We got bigger fish to fry. I was listening to another radio program, a big national radio program last night, and I'm glad that it was covered because I was seeing videos online of some of these imams here in the U.S., here in mosques, talking about how rape is okay if you're a non-Muslim, that it's okay for Muslims to rape non-Muslims. And these men went on and on and on. That's right. What we need to be focused on. I don't care a rip about Plattner. I really don't. I don't give a rip about these Democrats anymore. And as far as Mr. Jennings allegedly speaking to Mitch McConnell, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Not for a minute. Maybe he talked to a staffer. Okay, because we don't know Mr. Senator McConnell's medical issues. We have no idea. He could be intubated, sedated. We have no clue. No clue. So I don't believe one word that anybody tells me on that story. So we need to move on. That is for somebody else to investigate or figure out where Senator McConnell is. Okay?
Do you believe?
My issue.
Wait a second. All right, Cindy, go ahead quickly.
Every town is a border town. Every small town, the more I look and read and investigate online, that the average citizen is discussing and posting and talking about. These are the issues that we need to focus on. What are we going to do when there are
people can do anything.
Openly saying
we're gonna not pass the SAVE Act.
Non-Muslim.
Cindy, I got to go. Thank you. Good call. We're going to not pass the SAVE Act.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's people like me that now are coming to the conclusion that this guy's getting propped up so they can stifle the SAVE Act because they know they got 49 votes in the Senate. I mean, you can't help but come to this conclusion. And then when Steve called in, he said, Mary Walter, who was subbing for somebody, and Jennings said the same thing. They both talked to him and shared their narrative. I mean, Dan, it's not adding up to a lot of people.
You know, it is interesting that all of a sudden everybody's obsessed with where Mitch McConnell is. For some odd reason, I've made it most of my life without having that be a thing that pops into my head. But that being said, isn't that it's the state of our politics right now to need every single vote, every shred of anything. But then the other thing is that, like, we're just being gaslit every step of the way, always, all stories. Whatever is happening, I agree with Cindy. Like, we don't know. Whatever it is, boy, it'd be nice if people could just say stuff like, oh, this is what's going on. We're so gaslit in virtually everything that we hear from politics these days. Now videos with AI, and these deep fakes and all that. It's kind of like, whew, thank God, as we say so often, John, for talk radio.
I know. I tell you what, we're becoming, there's been a lot of people, Elaine, in our business that have predicted the demise of talk radio, AM radio. We still can't get the AM radio and the Car Act done. Dan and I are fighting for it. Scalise is holding it up because he's getting money from General Motors. It's kind of how the thing works. So this has been held up for 3 years, and everybody keeps predicting its demise, yet it's getting bigger. How do you even explain that? Why would AM radio and talk radio be getting bigger? It should be going out of business, right? I mean, it should be like diminished. But you look at every single metric, like our audience, every metric we have, it grows. And you can't figure out why. And I think Dan nailed it, is because the only way you're going to get the truth is by, tuning it in. But this whole phenomenon, Elaine, is crazy. The AI, deep fakes. I mean, where are we going with all this, Elaine Parker?
Oh, is Elaine frozen up?
Am I frozen again? Am I back? Am I frozen?
No, you're good. Go. Yeah. Nope. You're good.
Can you hear me? Okay. I don't know who's talked to Mitch McConnell. Who hasn't talked to Mitch McConnell? I don't know. I don't care. Mitch McConnell is the poster child for somebody who has stayed too long. He should have not run again. Somebody else should have run in his spot 3 terms ago. He's been in office too long. He should have stepped down a long time ago. And now we're in a situation where everyone's running around saying, where's Mitch? Where's Mitch? Where's Mitch? And, and his vote's needed. And here we are. So, he's the poster child for leave, get out.
After all those years with Biden that we endured this, from the Democrats, and you're just like, really? I agree with you, Elaine. I don't know what goes into these guys' minds. And maybe they just have nothing cooking. I mean, what does Mitch McConnell do when he's not being a senator? I mean, macrame? Is he a tennis player? Does he live for classic cars or something like other people? I don't know what he does, right? So maybe this is just all he's got. Plus, then he'd need a whole new wardrobe, I suppose, if he wasn't a senator.
Dan, I have no idea. It's like, where's Waldo? This whole thing. All right, let's get to Donna in Florida. Donna, this is a fun segment. I love this hour. This is my favorite hour. Other than the DC Dispatch, these guys are tied. Let's get to Donna. In Florida. Let's get to Elaine and Oxman. Go ahead, Donna.
Hey, good morning, John. How are you?
Never better.
You know what? We're above grass, and we live another day for the fight.
That's right.
I don't normally call into the shows. I've been listening to you for a while. Great shows, and I like your demeanor all the time. It's refreshing to hear. But I just wanted to comment real fast on Plattner. I think that this was all set up by the Democrats. I think that they knew that he didn't stand a chance from the very beginning. They were going to push it to the very end and do exactly what they did with Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. They would just they know who they want in there, and they're going to shove it in the last minute. They're notorious for it. I'm a diehard Republican all my life because my father told me if I didn't register Republican when I was 18 years old, I had to move. And I took that as, okay, Dad. But I'm certainly glad that he pointed me in that direction because I came from a very political household. My father was involved with politics for a very, very long time, and it kept me on the cusp of speaking my voice. I've lost friends over calling the Democrat Party communist. So when you said that this morning, I thought to myself, yes, this is my type of man. Not like, what's her face, or Warren, okay? Because they are. They flipped. It's not the Democrat Party that we grew up with, back and forth. Maybe you could bend a little bit and say, yeah, that is a good idea. Let's see if we can work it out. This is off the rails. And I'm 68 years old. I'm not worried about me. I know how to take care of me, but I am frightened for the next generation coming up because they have been dumbed down. They have grown lazy. They think that $2,000 a month from the government would be a good idea. And then what happens when that $2,000 runs out? Their response is they print more. They have zero understanding of the economic system of the United States. They have no idea what's going on. And to tell you the truth, I think that we have been hijacked so long ago that even though we think we're voting for who we really wanted, there's just this gut feeling inside of me that it's been all planned. And Donald Trump comes along and he upset that apple cart, something fierce. And this really set them off the rails. So
Donna,
now they
thank
have
you.
to
Good
go. They have
call.
to try and catch up.
I agree with you, and thank you for the call back.
Mhm.
I agree with you. I think this was all set up to get Plattner out when he started tanking in the polls before the story came out. So I think it was all time. So I'm with you on that. As far as in your family, rite of passage, registering as a Republican, it's a pretty good rite of passage. In my family, the rite of passage is you have to be an Astros fan. If you're not, we kick you out. It is simple as that. You have to be an Astros fan. There is no debate. There is no talking about it. There is no discussion. If you're not an Astro fan, we kick you out. It is as simple as that. So that's the way our household runs, as long as I'm still the silverback in this family until further notice, until Ann says something else. All right, Dan, what is your was this whole thing planned or what?
Well, maybe, but somebody should have given Tim Walz, Elizabeth Warren, insert name of prominent Democrat here, that memo a few weeks ago. I mean, I guess maybe it was planned, but forgive me, I'm way far away from Maine. Is there an heir apparent to this thing? Is there this candidate that everybody wanted? Because it's not the former governor, right? So I'm not sure, like, who is. So is there some shoe-in, or is this just going to be a sacrificial lamb because everyone knows Collins is going to win again? I mean, I think there's some. So I don't know the answers to those questions. But otherwise, I would say I'm not sure it was a Democrat plot simply because of the damage that all the prominent Democrats did to themselves. If it is a Democrat plot, I'd hate to be on the other end of the line, with Elizabeth Warren calling and saying, "Why didn't you tell me about that, you idiots? You made me look stupid again."
Or maybe they did tell her.
Anything's possible.
Play the clip, John. Play the clip.
Right.
Play the clip again, Dan.
Play the clip.
Dan, let's go. Play it again. Play that clip again, because maybe they did tell her. Right? Imagine
I'm here because Washington needs fighters, and Graham Plattner is the fighter we need. You bet. I said to myself, that's my kind of man.
So, I wonder what her husband thinks of this. So I was thinking about that when she was saying that, like, if you're her husband, it's like, okay, what did I miss? What did I miss here in this marriage? Oh my God, that's my kind of man. I mean, it's like, okay,
That's my kind of man.
maybe we should go.
Never stop playing that.
Maybe we should go to the marriage counseling thing and like talk this through a little bit. Like, the guy beats up women, he abuses them, he goes on, this app that apparently is for predators that Fetterman was talking about. I don't even know what it is. So, like, okay, this is your. I mean, what have I missed here? I mean, maybe if I did that, there'd be a little spice in this thing. I don't know.
One of the funniest things you can watch on YouTube, I assume it's still out there. Elizabeth Warren has a beer, right? Remember when she had a beer with everybody? It was during COVID or something, and she goes over to her, $5,000 refrigerator or something. I'm going to have a beer. Let's all have a beer. And she opens up and has a beer, and she offers her husband a beer who was off camera. And all you hear is no, I don't want a beer. It's like, well, she wants a man that wants a beer then. Okay, so there's Plattner. Maybe that's the deal. Hey, we're on camera here. Have a beer with me, husband. No, I don't want any.
That clip was the best.
Poor gal.
She opens up the beer. We were talking about that earlier before you got out. She opens up the beer, and her husband says, "No, I don't want one." It's like, I mean, you just okay. I'd like to be a fly in a wall in that marriage, but that's a really loving, close relationship. Oh my God, these people are so corrupt. It's almost like you say to yourself, how are we going to really lose to these people? I mean, is that like, can they really win? They are it's so asinine, and they are communist.
Never underestimate Republicans' ability to do that.
To lose to like schmucks.
Never underestimate our ability to do that.
Okay, so this has been a great segment because finally, Dan, we have gotten Elaine to like come out of her shell and to get out of I'm just here to talk about economics and gas prices and jobs creation and the small business. And now we got to talk about like social issues and like Plattner's apps and stuff like that. Elizabeth's
cooking with Elaine.
Marriage.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, we got her sucked in, Dan.
Yeah.
I couldn't have done it, Dan, without you.
It was my pleasure. I'll be your wingman.
I know, Elaine. It's taken me a decade, 10 years. There is a God. All right, we got to go. We'll be right back. We've got Reform Alliance coming up on the John Fredericks Media Network. Elaine's out of her shell, man. Now we're never going to stop her now, Dan. We'll see after the break.
I'm John Scott. The United States launching new airstrikes against Iran, and Iran responded by targeting Gulf countries. The strikes came hours after President Trump said recent Iranian attacks on ships in the Strait of Hormuz signaled the end of the ceasefire and threatened to escalate the conflict if they didn't stop. In Utah, prosecutors are working to show they have enough evidence to try Tyler Robinson in the murder of Charlie Kirk. A week-long preliminary hearing continues today as the country watches. Correspondent Heine Scheinbaum has more on the story.
Charlie Kirk's widow and parents were back in court in Utah on Wednesday as investigators testified in the week-long preliminary hearing for the man accused of killing him. I was in the courtroom as an agent with the Utah State Bureau of Investigation described the night that defendant Tyler Robinson showed up with his parents at the Washington County Sheriff's Office to turn himself in. He has not entered a plea. Next in the case, we expect to hear parts of an interview with Robinson's roommate and romantic partner, Lance Twiggs. Prosecutors say they also plan to introduce as evidence an alleged confession note that Robinson left for Twigg. Outside the courthouse in Provo, Utah, I'm Hannah Schoenbaum.
The U.S. heat wave posing serious risk, especially for vulnerable populations such as the elderly, children, and outdoor workers. The heat dome affecting some specialty farmers who produce crops like fruits and vegetables.
Annie Woods, a vegetable and herb farmer in Kentucky who harvests by hand, has moved her work to the early morning and late evening to avoid the hottest parts of the day. The extreme heat has also shortened the harvest window for some farmers of certain fruits like raspberries. Specialty crop farmers often plant a wide diversity of crops to offset potential losses from extreme weather. Keith Peters reporting.
More on these stories from townhall.com.
Hey, I'm Kirk Cameron. Is health insurance eating up your budget for 2026? If you're looking for ways to better steward your finances, consider this: Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a health insurance alternative at half the cost. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. While insurance companies tell you when to join, what to pay, and where to go, CHM is different. As a ministry, CHM allows you to share the burden of medical bills with other Christians. You can enroll, switch programs, or leave at any time. Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's a world of difference. CHM has 4 flexible programs. You can pick any certified doctor, surgeon, or hospital that you want for eligible care. So make the switch. Take your paycheck back from health insurance this year. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
The International Monetary Fund modestly downgraded its outlook for the world economy this year, citing the energy shock caused by the Iran war.
Fallout from the conflict is being tempered somewhat by booming investment in AI and other tech. The IMF now expects the global economy to expand by a sluggish 3% this year, down from 3.5% last year and from the 3.1% forecast issued back in April. The war pushed up energy prices, squeezing business and consumers. The IMF now expects oil prices to be up nearly 32% this year. Rich Thomason reporting.
New suspected Ebola cases have been reported in previously unaffected parts of Congo. The death toll from the latest outbreak reaching 600 now. The outbreak declared on May 15th is caused by the Bushio virus, which has no approved vaccine or treatment. News at townhall.com. The streets of New York gradually getting back to normal.
That's after structural damage and a high-rise forced evacuations. Some people, though, have been allowed back into nearby buildings Wednesday, and workers fashioned temporary fixes to shore up a massive development. That's at the site of the former headquarters of pharmaceutical giant Pfizer. But several nearby buildings still are under full evacuation orders, and some streets remain closed. The structure is slated to become a luxury apartment building. Jason Walker reporting.
Bonnie Tyler, the gravelly-voiced Welsh pop star known for Total Eclipse of the Heart, has died at age 75. She was hospitalized in Portugal in May 2026 for emergency surgery and placed in an induced coma. Her career took off with hits like It's a Heartache. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Van Hillary has fought for America before, and he's ready to do it again. As an Air Force navigator in Desert Storm, Van's mission was simple: chart the course, stay on mission. When he came home to Tennessee, he won an election nobody thought a Republican could win. Then he did it again and again. For almost a decade, America First conservative Van Hillary has fought the radical left, stood with President Trump, and never folded, securing our border, cutting taxes, and bringing jobs to Tennessee.
Radical Democrats are trying to hijack our country. President Trump needs a conservative fighter who knows how to win. I'll keep fighting to help President Trump finish what he started, keeping our border secure, growing our economy, and destroying the woke agenda. I'm Van Hillary, and I approve this message because I'm standing with President Trump to get America back on mission.
America First conservative Van Hillary. He's never folded, and he never will. Paid for by Van for Tennessee.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
Trouble concentrating or recalling information is frustrating, embarrassing, and kills productivity. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created Focus and Recall to boost your brain power. Unlike other supplements that don't work, Focus and Recall is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients to help you immediately sharpen focus, concentrate longer, and strengthen recall. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code GODZILLA.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
And later on, at summer's close, the crack of bats where heroes rose. We cheered at games beneath the sky, remembering those who sacrificed. Oh, liberty, land of the brave and true, blessed by God in all we do, from golden shores to mountains grand. The greatest blessing in this land, we raise our voices clear and bold, a story that will not grow.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man Jack Nicholson knows can handle the truth, John Fredericks.
Great to have you on the John Fredericks Media Network and all the John Fredericks radio apps. I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Jessica Jackson coming up. We've got Barry Draper after that. Then special appearance by Pennsylvania Senator Dave McCormick. He's going to be with us at 9 by phone. And then the D.C. Dispatch, 9:30 to 10:30, talking about the nation's capital. And the ladies will be here. We're 30 minutes behind, so we're extending our show till 10:30 today. Michael Patrick Lay following us after that. So that's a couple of our announcements. Great to have you with us, as always, and a couple of other announcements, just because I'm talking about announcements. Changes to our content on August 17th. Joining our show live, joining our network live, the Wendy Bell Live Show. Wendy Bell Live, that's right, not tape. Wendy Bell Live, we got her live. And she's going to be making some changes there. She's going to be joining our network 10 to noon on August 17th. 10 to noon, Monday, August 17th, Wendy Bell Live across our network. And then on August 17th, Michael Patrick Lay, who's now 10 to noon, will be going from 3 to 5 Eastern. Michael Patrick Lay live 3 to 5 Eastern. And then we're going to go from there. So other changes will be coming more minor, basically football on the weekends and things of that nature. As we get that fleshed out, we'll let you know. Yes, we're still the Steelers network. Yes, we're still carrying the Titans in Nashville. Don't panic. All good. None of that's changing. Yes, we still carry the Penguins. Yeah, oh, we're getting the Caps. Forgot to told you about that, right? It's all good. All good. John Fredericks Media Network. Hey, joining us now, very excited, is my good friend Jessica Jackson. And Jessica is the CEO of the Reform Alliance, and I'm a big believer in what they do. I love what they do. I've been with them since the First Step Act. As everybody knows, I'm for incarceration reform. We have the highest recidivism rate of any free country in the world. It's got to get down, and the First Step Act was part of that, and also Jessica Jackson and her Reform Alliance is part of that. If you don't know Jessica, just a short bio. She is an internationally recognized human rights attorney and a bipartisan leader who has specialized in bringing diverse groups together, like she's here with me now, right? This is kind of a diverse group, bring diverse groups together in order to get her agenda passed. And she's got a unique way of bridging these gaps and bringing people that don't have the same political perspective together, fighting for the same united cause, which I think greatly is going to benefit the American prison system. Jessica, thanks for being with us.
Thank you for having me on. I missed you, John. So thank you for talking about Safer Supervision Act and reforms work this morning.
Listen, where this has been tried, and this just so I talk about this all the time, so my audience is very familiar of it. If you're new, what safer supervision is a very simple concept, very simple. And we've got it in like 25 states. Now we need it federally. It's very simple. You go to prison for whatever reason. Now you're out. You're on a probation, and you have a probation officer. And that is your supervisory officer that monitors what you do to be sure that you're on the straight and narrow. So we don't want you to go back to prison. We want you to be a productive member of society, get a job, pay taxes, take care of your family, drug and alcohol free, do the right things. Problem in this country is our supervisory officers are overworked and overwhelmed. They average about 100 cases. They should have 50, so it's double what they should be. We don't have enough. And so what we've done in many states is we give the supervisor the ability to say, hey, this particular person I've got that I'm supervising on parole, perfect. Job, good. Family, good. No drug, no alcohol. Does all the things we ask him to do. No need to be supervised. Let's get him off that. And therefore I can focus my time on people that are struggling, that could be a societal risk. I need to go focus on them, not this guy or gal that's doing everything right. And so we've passed this in half the states. Now we want it federally. So that's a federal law. And the step you added is that the probation officer would make the recommendation to the judge that was on the case. So you have two pairs of eyes looking at it. Judge signs off on it. That's the end of the supervision. Since you've done this, there's been no incident of anybody, not one incident of anybody that's been off supervision that has caused a problem. So your track record is 100%. We got this bill now. It's in the Senate. Mark up, explain further. This is This is a critical element of keeping people out of prison and ending or getting recidivism down. Explain how this works. I hope I outlined that properly.
Well, thank you, John. You always give the best lead in. So first, I just want to go back to something you said in the very beginning, right, about building the bipartisan coalitions and me having a unique way of doing it. And I'm going to be honest, that unique way, the secret sauce, is common sense, right? We're talking to people all across the aisle. Doesn't matter your faith, doesn't matter your skin color, doesn't matter where you're from, right? Doesn't matter what team you're rooting for. We're talking to folks all across the country, Americans all across the country, and we're talking about something that is just basic common sense. You want your neighbors to succeed. You want them to do well. 95% of the people who come home from prison, and by the way, 95% of people who go to prison come home, right? So you want to invest in their success, and you want the system to be set up for them to succeed. That was the original intent behind supervision. We wanted to have somebody who could help you get back on your feet, your probation officer, help you get back on your feet. Hey, you need to find a job. Let's help you figure out how to get that job. Hey, you need housing. Let's help you figure out how you're going to get into housing, what your plan's going to be here, right? You might still need some mental health support, right? We know there's a large portion of the incarcerated population that, like many Americans, is dealing with some mental health issues, right? We got to get them help. A lot of people dealing with substance abuse issues, again, like many Americans, we got to get them some treatment, right? Got to get them that access to treatment. You need somebody who can help you, mentor you as you're coming home. That is what supervision is supposed to be. However, to your point, because it has grown exponentially, right? And so many resources are going into the system now. It has truly become a gotcha. And what I think people mostly don't know is that so many folks who are recidivating, who are going back to prison, aren't going back because they committed a new crime. They're going back because they violated some condition that a judge put on them. Like, you can't leave your county. Okay, well, what if I get a job in the next county over, right? You can't leave your county. Sorry. You have to be home by 9 p.m. Great. What if my child, and I'm a mom of 4, so I always think about the moms in this situation. What if my child gets sick at 11 p.m. and I got to rush them out to the hospital because kids don't get sick during the day. It's only at night for some reason. And I got to rush them out to the hospital. There are moms right now who have to make a choice between rushing their child to the hospital and their freedom because they can't get a hold of their probation officer in the middle of the night to get it passed, right? So this is a bill that injects common sense into the system. It will look at what are the conditions that are being placed on a person. Does it actually make sense, right? There are some conditions that probably make sense. You don't want somebody who had a financial crime able to work at a bank, right? Maybe they should find a different job. But you got to look at these conditions, see what makes sense for a person, and then you got to help them continue their rehabilitation, right? You got to give them some incentives. Hey, if you follow the rules, you get a job, you get housing, all of which is not easy. We're going to help you get off probation sooner because we know that you're going to be rehabilitated. So we've got credits in there. We've got incentives for people to really commit to their rehabilitation, live their lives on the right track. And then you've got the early termination. And like you said, John, you've got, checks within the system to make sure that these are folks who are able to come off of that supervision. And then you have supervision officers whose caseloads will drop and they will be able to spend their time and resources on the people who really need the help, right? And making sure that they are not a risk to the rest of our communities. So it's just common sense.
Well, Jessica, what I love about your initiative, and it's, again, the natural progression of the First Step Act, as everybody knows, I was a big believer in that. And I thought it was Jared Kushner's best work in his portfolio, without a doubt. And it's proven to be now very successful as we bring recidivism down. But you want to build incentives in. I mean, the whole country is based on incentives, like do the right thing, work hard, good things will happen to you. And that's what we teach our children. And look, people that say, oh, it's soft on crime. No, you're just not understanding it, okay? This person has already been let out. They've already done their time, right? It says our bill, and it's say our bill because I feel like
it's all of our bill, John. It's
our bill. I mean, I love this bill.
I mean, it's the president's bill, but it's all of our bill.
It's also the president's bill. I mean, he's 100% behind it because the person has already been released through the system, which has nothing to do with this bill. This only comes into play once you're released and put on probation. So it's not for early release or additional, time off or anything like that. Judges decide, parole officers decide, however that works, we're not involved in that. We're involved after they come out and they're supervised, which is necessary when you first come out. But if you're doing all the right things, the fact that you're on parole and got all these restrictions restrain you from totally getting back into productive in society because of all the restrictions that you have. And you could be at a job and it could be at a critical juncture and your parole officer calls up and says, hey, you got a drug test in a half hour. If you don't go and do that drug test, they put you back in jail. And then you don't have that job anymore. Like, that makes no sense. So when you're doing everything right, you want to be able to say, okay, the quicker we can get you back into society so you don't go back, get a job and home and all that stuff like you mentioned, is just the biggest no-brainer in history. And the federal law, unlike some of the state laws, has 2 sets of signatures. The parole officer, and then it has to go to a judge. So 2 people have to sign it, review the case, say, yes, this person should no longer be supervised. They don't need it. And then it's done, but you got double signatures on it.
Listen, this is such a no-brainer as far as we're concerned. When supervision got started, and I told you a little bit about why it got started, right? But when it got started, it was actually 1/3 of the size it is today. They actually used to do a lot of the work identifying which cases might need support ahead of it. Now, almost everybody who comes out is placed on supervision. And like you said, it ends up becoming a tripwire to a lot of people, right? We have literally seen some of the most unbelievable stories where people are just making heart-wrenching decisions, right? Duke Tanner, who got a commutation from President Trump in the first term, later got a pardon from President Trump, is doing some incredible work with the administration on a bunch of really important issues. He actually was on supervision. Now, his brother was a co-defendant in his case, and when you're on supervision, there is always a condition that you cannot associate with somebody who also has a criminal record. In this case, his brother and him, had gotten in trouble on a drug case. While they were in prison, unfortunately, their mother passed away. And while they were in prison, they made a pact. I mean, I can't even begin to imagine, not being able to be there for my family if something so horrific happened. But they made a pact that when they came home, they would spread her ashes together. And they both came home. Duke, through the commutation, they decided they were going to go spread her ashes with their other siblings. And his brother's probation officer said, no, you're not, because you both had felony charges. So you can't spread your mother's ashes. That is just a heart-wrenching decision. Laying your mother to rest and going to jail, or not being able to lay your mother to rest and be there and get that closure, right? We see, people who have to make difficult decisions. We saw a dad who was, middle of the night, gets a call from his daughter. She's in a different county. She says, Dad, I'm having car trouble. I don't know what to do. He says, obviously, pull over on the side of the road, starts to map out where she is. He's about to get in his car and go to her, realizes in that moment, if I go help my daughter, and her gas tank was leaking, so she could not drive the car. If I go help my daughter at 2 a.m. and cross this county line, I might go to prison, right? That is a heart-wrenching decision. Do you leave your daughter on the side of the road, not knowing what might happen to her, letting her be scared, or do you get in the car and risk going to prison, right? We are putting people in some terrible situations in terms of the decisions they're having to make. And these are folks who already paid their debt to society. They are out of prison. They are trying to succeed. They are trying to rebuild their lives, and they're just running into these roadblocks. We've got to get some common sense into this system.
I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. You tell these stories, and I mean, it's just like you said, this is the bill of common sense, and it doesn't really matter what your political stripe is or what. Now I fought a lot of people on my side. I know I was in the fight in Virginia, and I had the Rob Bells of the world trying to tell me that this was soft on crime, and it's like read the bill, Rob. Okay, stop. Read the bill. So that's nothing to do with nothing to do with it. But that's you get that, and then you get people on the other side of the aisle that said it doesn't go far enough. Well, what do you mean it doesn't go far enough? It's as far as you can go. You got two people making a recommendation. So you got both sides on the extreme want to stop this thing. My question to you, Jessica Jackson, very, very simple. We can't get anything through the Senate. Nothing goes through. It's sitting in markup. It's just sits there. It's got the sponsors it needs to pass with the 60 vote cloture rule, but it's sitting in markup. Why?
Right. I think what you said before is that some folks just don't understand. And unfortunately, we've got, one person in the Senate who is sitting there saying, I've never voted for a bill like this. I never will vote for a bill like this. And you've got a couple folks in the House as well who don't really understand.
Who was the one in the Senate that said that, just so we know?
Yeah, just so you know, it's if you live in Louisiana, please call Senator Kennedy. Please let him know that we need him to support this bill, right? I think he is a very reasonable man on a lot of issues, and I think he comes to this as somebody who wants to make sure that they are backing law enforcement. But maybe what he doesn't know is we actually have law enforcement support. We've got FLIOA on board. We've got other law enforcement groups on board. We've got probation officers on board saying, please, please pass this. We want this to happen, right? This is going to make our lives better. This is going to make sure that we can provide better services and keep your community safer. I know that he also cares a lot about what victims think. And we've got a lot of victims' rights advocates on board. We've got crime survivors on board. I spent a long time the other day, I was at a conference and talking about the bill, and a guy came up to me afterwards and he said, look, my brother was killed and everything you're saying makes sense to me. And, I was prepared as soon as he said my brother was killed, I was prepared for him to tell me, we got to throw the book at people and we got to, give them all the time and they should never get off supervision. And what he said was, I don't want that person to ever commit another crime again. So I want him to want to get better. Or if he is still a risk, I want to make sure that he has all the resources focused on him, not that the time of the supervision officer is split between hundreds of cases, right? But that they can actually focus and get him the resources he needs to prevent him from ever doing this to another family again. So, when I look at this and I hear some of the arguments that you named and that others have said about soft on crime, I just think people don't understand. Our president is actually the toughest on crime president we've ever had, right? And that is because of the First Step Act. Because if you're not addressing what actually led to people committing a crime in the first place, they're just going to come home and commit another crime, right? They might commit another crime, not all of them. So you really got to make sure that they have an opportunity to rehabilitate. You got to treat them as human beings who are going to be neighbors sooner or later, and you want them to succeed.
Calling this soft on crime is a absurd right-wing talking point in order to garner votes. That's all this is.
Yeah.
And not only that, I'm even going to go further. It is misleading the public because every case that you mention, this has nothing to do with the process of release from jail. Nothing. We are not involved in that. This bill has nothing to do with that. The system let the person out. Now they're being supervised. Now our bill comes into play. And basically, you have to get two people to sign off on releasing the supervision. The probation officer that works with the former incarcerated individual that knows him best, or her, because they work with them, right? So they're the one doing the drug test. They're the one supervising him. And then the judge that presided over the release, or the judge that is now in that court if that judge isn't there, which then has to review the recommendation of the probation officer, review it, and then make the call. And if the judge says, you know what, let's give it another 6 months. And that's happened. Even in the states where this is passed, that's happened. Let's just come back to this in 6 months. Well, that's fine. I have no problem with that, Jessica. That's up to that judge. When both of them sign off, let's move on with life. Let's get these people back into society, right? Let's give them the second chance. They did their time. Their life is not over. They can do better. And so if they're doing all the right things, why are they still being supervised? And then why is that parole officer wasting his time with somebody that doesn't need to be supervised when they could be spending on with the people that are really causing a problem?
Yeah.
How is this? What is Kennedy? I don't even know what the guy's talking about.
I agree with you. Look, we need more folks like you, John. We need everybody to go to safersupervision.com, sign up to join the fight. There is something in this bill for everybody to get behind. It is common sense. It is building American public safety, building American communities, helping moms and dads get back on their feet. We need everybody signed up helping us at safersupervision.com.
Go to safersupervision.com, safersupervision.com. And this segment has been partially sponsored by the Reform Action Fund. Jessica, I want to thank you. Always love, you got to come on more. You really
I know. I will. I love talking to you, John.
I'm going to get you on more, but we got to get this thing passed. This is another one of those bills that just sit there because, one guy doesn't understand it. It's so frustrating. You look at that Senate and it's so frustrating. Both sides.
Both sides.
Especially my side. Thanks for being with us. If all else fails, I blame John Thune. Easiest thing for me to do. It's his fault. Thanks, Jessica, for being with
Thank
us.
you. Bye.
We'll see you soon. Barry Draper coming up. Hey, he's written all these songs for us. I figure I might as well give him a segment on my show, right? He's coming up next.
To Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Soul Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Soul Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Soul Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Mike, at any point in your coaching career, did you ever have an interest or express an interest in being a head coach in the college game? And do you have any idea how that may or may not have led to folks like Ryan and Doug Whaley and Carson Palmer connecting you to some college jobs?
Hey, guys, I don't have time for that speculation. I mean, that's a joke to me. I got one of the best jobs in all of professional sport. Why would I have any interest in coaching college football? That'll be the last time that I address it. And not only today, but moving forward. Never say never, but never. Okay? Anybody else got any questions about any college jobs? There's not a booster with a big enough blank check.
Anyone else? All right.
Thank you. Anybody asking Sean Payton about that? You know, anybody asking Andy Reid about stuff like that?
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
No, you got him. You Godzilla of the Truth America. Hey, Dan Hamgood, did anybody ask Mike McCarthy about that? I want to know. That's one of my favorite Tomlin clips ever. Did you guys ask Andy Reid that or Sean Payton? No, you just asked me.
Well, I am one Steelers fan who was ready for a change. So
I know I'm a Tomlin fan. I would have taken him at the Titans. I wanted McCarthy, but I like Salah. I like him a lot. I think Amy finally made a good decision. I really wanted McCarthy, but when I look at Salah and what he's done and bringing DeBole in there, I think the Titans are going to make the playoffs. I'm really excited about this team.
I think people were pretty high on their draft this past spring. So.
Very high. They need to. They made a brilliant draft pick. Yeah. And a lot of people criticized it because he didn't have the speed, but DeBole was right. He said, "I need somebody that can catch a pass for my guy." And so the guy's probably got the best hands that's come out of college in a decade. Not that fast, doesn't have the blazing speed down the sidelines. You're not going to see that from him. They've got other receivers that do that, but he catches everything you throw to him, and that's what Cam needs. So I like what they're doing. I like Salah's defense. I like the attitude. They got a little edge. You're not going to get an edge with McCarthy. You're going to get nuts and bolts, and you're going to get plays, and you're going to get solid, but you're not going to get the edge. But I don't think the Steelers need an edge. I think
they need the nuts and bolts. They need the fundamentals.
I think it's a good. I think McCarthy was a good fit for the Steelers.
I like it. I like the hire more and more with each day that passes.
Yeah, and I think Salah and DeBall were great hires for the Titans, and I like the fact that Salah gave him the offense. I mean, Salah's he's just not involved in it.
And McCarthy did the opposite with the defense. He basically, I think, has told Patrick Graham, the Steelers' new defensive coordinator, have at it, do your thing. You're the head coach of the defense. It's not my issue.
Yeah, so do it.
And that was one of the problems, I think, in Pittsburgh with the previous head coach. He had his hands on everything, and he needed to let the people who were the specialists on the coaching staff do their jobs.
It's tough when you played.
Yeah.
It's tough when you played. I mean, Tomlin was a great player, so it's tough when you played. And
fellow William and Mary man. Yeah.
Exactly. And you want to you see things and you want to be involved in it. It's tough to just say, okay, but I like your defensive coordinator, but as far as the Titans are concerned, DeBall was a head coach last year, 3 seasons with the Giants. He was OC with Buffalo. He developed Josh Allen. And Saleh said, look, score some points and I'll take care of the defense. You worry about the offense. I'll worry about defense. Oh.
Well, it's early. It's July. Football in shorts. We ain't even at training camp yet, but the reports out of Pittsburgh from those who cover the team and those who were on the team say that they love this new coaching staff. They just say, "Wow, they are dialed in.
Yep.
They are locked in, and they are making great difference."
The same feedback from Titans. My Titans guys. It's a new spring in the step.
The Jets are a wasteland, man. I mean, Saleh couldn't succeed there. Favre couldn't succeed there. Aaron Rodgers could. I think the Jets is just where hope goes to die. The previous GM of the Jets was one of my mom's students at the University of Richmond. Joe Douglas, I think the guy's name was.
Joe Douglas, yeah.
He played football at Richmond. Was a student of my mom's in the early '90s there. But it's just nobody can get the Jets turned around.
It's a sorry franchise.
Yeah. So
no
Salah's lucky to get a second chance with
we open
somewhere else.
Yeah. We open against the Jets. I got
that's right.
Over to that game. Right. I already got my tickets. I already got my hotel. And Joe, I'm taking Joe if I can get him out of Maryland for a day. Depends on what they're doing there. But Ann's going. But I can't wait. It's opening at home.
Is that in Tennessee? It's in Nashville. Okay.
Yeah. We'll have our news station is gonna be there, and
excellent.
We're carrying the Titans, so that's going to be fun. So I get all the little perks that go with it. Just happenstance, right?
Just worked out that way. Just worked out that way. You're just pure luck.
Barry Draper's on the call. He's probably saying, "What the hell are you guys talking about?"
Yeah, exactly. Let's get Barry on here.
Barry on, right? Barry
talking about football. I love it.
Well, that's right. Well,
who's your team, Barry?
Oh, you don't want to know.
we do, Barry. Who is it?
I am cursed to be an Atlanta Falcon fan.
That's not.
That's our opening week opponent.
That's not a curse, dude. I mean, the Falcons got to the Super Bowl twice.
Oh, and, yeah. Let's talk about what they did when they got there.
Well, I bet them both times. Lost both bets.
Yeah.
Took 7.5. I don't know how I remember this stuff. Took 7.5 over Denver. Right. I love that game. They were 7. I bet them. They were 7.5. I bet them. This is back before you could do online. This is when you had to call a bookmaker up on the phone. It was illegal. I bet them. Then they went to 8. They went to 8 before game time. I bet more on the Falcons. And then, they had that guy that got arrested in the middle of the night, and it kind of put a damper on the team, and Dan Reeves didn't handle it well, and down the tubes. But they almost came back and covered. But then I bet them plus 3.5 in the New England game. And at the halftime, I thought it was the genius of football of all time.
You were a lock.
There was no way to lose that bet with 3.5. You couldn't lose.
No.
You did.
You shouldn't have lost the game with 2 minutes left. I mean, there's no way to lose that game.
No
with,
way.
with 2
And then
minutes left.
they go for the 2 to tie it. And then I'm like, okay, well, so they get a field goal. No, they get a touchdown and win by 6. Unbelievable. I go back to that. I still have the shakes over it. Barry Draper with us. Let me tell you who Barry Draper is. First of all, he's developed this brilliant healthcare concept. Brilliant. That's going to save you a ton of money. We're going to get into that in a minute. But Barry, we're going to play this. Barry's doing these songs for us out of the goodness of his heart. Barry, I love these songs. I was playing them to my family. They were like, wow. And then Ann goes, hey, we need some Southern rock. So then I go to Barry and I'm like, Ann wants Southern rock, like Alabama or something. So then he does that. So I don't know. You're going to explain how you do it. But first, Dan, play one of Barry's songs for our opening for the John Fredericks show. Brilliantly done.
Sorry for the long intro.
Morning on the dial, coffee on the dash. John Fredericks talking straight, cutting through the splash. Hard facts loud and clear, rolling through the day. When the signal comes alive, you know the name to say. Turn it up, don't fade, hear that southern drive. One voice, one lane, keeps the room alive. John Fredericks Radio, John Fredericks Radio. Say it loud, let it roll. John Fredericks Radio.
All right, Barry, how'd you come up with this? How did you do? Because we've got 3 of them. And Dan, you might want to cut that intro down by about 5 seconds going forward, maybe that. 10. Yeah, maybe 10, Dan. Do it. Put a note to yourself before you forget. But how do you come up with these, Barry?
Your inspiration. I knew I needed to get John Fredericks radio show, and we've got a couple we sent to you that have the whole Godzilla theme in it and stuff like that. And tell you what, I'm having a ball. I have a music degree, okay, so I'm capable. I could never do anything at that level with my music degree, but it takes my input and my creativity, and quite frankly, John, yours and Ann's creativity. I didn't know what the musical taste was. Appreciated the prompt to go to a Southern rock theme. I can do some Southern rock, being a Georgia boy. So yeah, it's just it's an incredible. I'm going to turn half your audience or more off, but what you can do with these AI tools is crazy.
So, like, when Ann heard it, she says, wow, this is what she said to me last night when we played the Godzilla one. She said, wow, I didn't realize Barry had such a great singing voice. I'm like, I don't think that's Barry, Ann. Well, who's singing it? I'm like, I don't know. Tune in tomorrow at 8:30. He'll tell you. So how do you get that?
Well, you tell the AI what you want, and it gives you the voice you want. And I have uploaded my own voice. I'm a vocal major, and there are a couple of things I've done where I've uploaded my voice. And but I'm more of a classical singer. It's not going to come through real well on the Southern rock. So you tell the AI what you want, and it gives it to you pretty much first try every time. You can tweak it here and there, but yeah, it's a lot of fun to play with, especially if again, if you're a creative person and you've got some musical training, it's even better, right? But it's pretty amazing.
So let's get Hobgood involved. Dan, like, what do you think of all this? Because I know you kind of dabble in this stuff, and you know music, and you had written some songs earlier that we had. But what do you think of Barry's work?
It's remarkable. It's remarkable, and I guess Barry and I we're on the inside of the joke here, but it's remarkable also how much the tools sort of take the ball and run with it.
Yeah.
I don't know how much Barry did to create the songs, if he was writing the melodic line or the lyrics or what have you. I mean, for me, I basically just wrote something out in piano and told the AI tool, orchestrate it, do this, do that. And work that would have taken me days, if not weeks, just gets churned out for me in about a minute, maybe two. It's like, wow, okay, that was that was great.
And I'm reading your chat, and I get it, guys. I do. I'm on both sides of this issue, and the way I look at AI is there's so much good you can do. Is it going to be the end of the human race? I don't think so. Could it be? Maybe. But I'm still here, and I can use it as a tool for good. And by the way, let me pause to say, John, thank you to your radio network for playing the Song for Liberty every morning in the 8 o'clock hour. It's a beautiful anthem for that shows our patriotism, and I appreciate y'all doing that. But this tool can be used for good, like anything else. I guess it can be used for bad, and I'm on the good side of it. So, but yeah, all the guys in the chat there, I get it. This is AI. Okay, go out there and do your thing with it. I mean, it's available for all of us.
You can't stop technology. I mean, anything can be utilized the wrong way. That's the way it is, but you can't stop it. Better off embracing it, understanding it. But we've got 3 of your songs for our opening. We encourage you to do more. As I think of a new theme, I'll let you know. But we love the Southern rock. We got 3 of them that we're going to play in a rotation. So,
awesome, thank you.
But I appreciate. Look, I mean, AI is not something where you hit a button, right? You've got to give input to it. You've got to give creativity to it, and then it'll kind of tie things up for you. But then you got to review it as well. And I mean, I use AI for the biggest thing I use it for is spell check and grammar to my columns. I feed my column in, and I'm like, all right, do I have an check for spelling, grammar, and overrun sentences, which is my biggest faux pas in writing. Like overrun sentences, like I'm the master at that, and it'll fix it. Doesn't change anything that I'm saying, but it'll break a sentence up into 3 because I have so many overrun sentences because that's just the way I write. But it's not. It's a tougher read, so it'll do that. But it's not going to write it for you. It'll just, you feed it in and say, do I have a typo? Instead of going through the spell check, it's just easier because it comes back the right way. That's it. But what you guys are doing is very, very, very creative, Barry. Speaking of creative, the healthcare plan that you've got, for 15 years in this network, we have been trying to find healthcare alternatives to what is out there, Obamacare, or the outrageous amount of money that people pay for healthcare. I mean, I was 68, so I qualify for Medicare. And I pay nearly $3,000 a month for Medicare. Like, what is the point of even having it? I might as well go to something else. It's like I didn't save anything. It's incredible. And what my wife pays for her and Ann, for her and Joe is outrageous. I mean, our healthcare bill per month is in the like $6,000 range. That's a month. Like, who can afford that? No one can. So if you're not covered at work. So the plan that you guys came up with, we investigated, and we can save right now about 35% and get basically the same coverage. Why wouldn't we do that and explain how your system works and how people can get information on it?
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, basically the Smart Health Company is what we use. And we've basically taken healthcare, a typical healthcare plan, and we've divided it out into 4 parts. The first thing you need to be concerned about is catastrophic coverage. If you need surgery, if you go into the hospital, God forbid, if you're diagnosed with a critical illness such as cancer, or you have a heart attack or a stroke, as I did 3 years ago. By the way, I survived 3 strokes in 2023. And yeah, me too. And but if something like that happens to you, that can bankrupt you, John. Those medical bills, 2 or 3 stays in a hospital within a month period of time. If you don't have coverage, you're going to be bankrupt. So catastrophic is the first level. The second level is, well, I need to see a doctor. What do I do if I need to go see a doctor? Or can I have some telemedicine attached to that? What about my prescription drugs, right? So the Smart Health Company has the catastrophic thing covered with a 501c3 charitable trust share program. They have a PPO nationwide network attached to the plan that allows you to see a doctor for $15 copay, whether it's a primary care or a specialist. We have a 24/7, 365 telemedicine plan. You just take your phone out, request consultation, and you're on the phone with a board certified doctor in your state within 15 to 30 minutes, and they can prescribe medications for you. And then there's a fully tiered prescription drug plan that's attached as well. And all of that, as you say, for about 35% less than you can get a typical unsubsidized Obamacare plan or your plan at work.
So, tell me the states you're eligible to operate in so our audience knows what they might be eligible for.
It's easier to tell you the ones that we're not in, much easier. We cannot sell in the great litigious state of New York. We cannot sell in Washington state, and we cannot sell in Alaska and Hawaii. Everything else is wide open, 46 states.
Okay, so it doesn't matter where you are right now, 46 states. Barry can help you out with that. And Barry, I want to get to, if you can, the number. Let me give everybody the number. Check this out. Get a quote. That's all. See if it works for you. Ann and I are definitely going to do this. Our healthcare cost it's like incredible, the amount of money we pay. 833-752-6742. 833-752-6742. Dan, put that in the Chiron, please. 833-752-6742.
That's right.
Barry, what is the best website to go to?
You know what? The easiest one right now, and there's several, but the easiest one, since I know you're crossing many states, is to go to songforliberty.com, because there's a hookup right there. Songforliberty.com.
Okay. You can also go to mountaineerhealthplan.com. It's all going to lead you to the same place. Dan's got that up there. Mountaineerhealthplan.com. But any state except New York, Washington, Hawaii, Alaska, right?
That's it. Yep.
So it doesn't matter if you're in Pennsylvania, Florida, whatever. Check this out. Go to mountaineerhealthplan.com, mountaineerhealthplan.com, and check out their rates. Match it against their benefits, what they offer, and what you're paying. I mean, it takes what, Barry, 10 minutes?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's really easy to enroll. Takes about 10 or 15 minutes if you want to enroll. We like to send the brochure out to prospective clients so they can read it, get comfortable with everything that's in there. Takes about 10 to 15 minutes to enroll after that.
Yeah, so mountaineerhealthplan.com. Check it out, 833-752-6742, 833-752-6742. If you don't check it out, you don't know what you can save. You don't know that you can get probably better benefits. Now, obviously, if your plan is subsidized, then you're in a different thing. But for those that don't have a subsidized plan, that got screwed like we did, this is really something to check out, because everybody's getting gouged all over the place.
John, I heard yesterday that Obamacare people who have their health care through Obamacare are facing double-digit increases in 2027. So we need to. There's going to be a bill coming soon, I hope, that will turn a lot of that federal subsidy money away from the insurance carriers and back to the people. When that happens, this is going to be a great option for people.
look, check out your options, right? I mean, it's great to have opportunities to look at them and see what is best for you and your family and how you can save money and get better coverage. I mean, that's really the whole thing. When I checked Barry out, and Ann and I are going to do a serious look into it, but at first pass, it was like, okay, we can save money and the coverage is the same or better depending on what the situation is. So you lose nothing and save money, and you go to a private plan. So I think Barry's got this figured out. I'm going to give it to you again. MountaineerHealthPlan.com, MountaineerHealthPlan.com, or give Barry and his team a call, 833-752-6742, 833-752-6742. Barry, love what you're doing in the healthcare field. Love
Thanks,
you're giving people money. Love what you're doing with your song network. And we're going to keep sending you ideas.
Awesome. I'll keep sending them right back to you. That's great.
Southern Rock, baby. Alabama.
All right.
Way to go.
Gotcha. Yep. Thank
We
you.
love Southern Rock. Titans, Astros, Southern Rock. That all fits together. Capitals too, Dan. Dan, I'm a Caps fan. Sorry. Go Caps. Barry, thanks for being with us. Dave
Yeah, thank you,
McCormick.
John. God bless.
Senator Dave McCormick by phone next. Keep it right here.
This is WJFN Goochland, Bonaire, Chester, and WJFB Portsmouth, part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm John Scott. The U.S. and Iran exchange intensifying fire across the Persian Gulf as an interim deal to end the war is threatened.
The U.S. has launched new strikes on Iran on Thursday. Tehran responded by targeting Bahrain, Kuwait, and Qatar. Shortly before the U.S. strikes, President Donald Trump said recent Iranian attacks on ships in the Strait of Hormuz signaled the end of the ceasefire.
And I say we hit them 20-1. Every time they hit us, we're going to hit them 20.
In Iran, the 2 days of American airstrikes have killed at least 14 people and wounded scores more, according to Iranian authorities. Iran's retaliatory attacks in the Gulf appeared bigger all around, with sirens sounding in Kuwait and at least 3 times in Bahrain. I'm Karen Shamas.
A Democratic candidate for the U.S. Senate is dropping out.
In Maine,
we believe that for the movement to continue,
Democratic Senate candidate Graham Plattner,
it can't be me,
posting a video to social media following a sexual assault allegation.
We are suspending campaign operations.
It came from a woman who dated him, who said he drunkenly forced her to have sex despite her telling him to stop, an allegation Plattner denies.
I know that some will think it's an admission of guilt, and it most certainly is not.
Maine law includes a provision for Democrats to replace Plattner before the general election, and the state Democratic Party held an emergency meeting earlier Wednesday where more than 100 committee members signed off on holding a nominating convention in the event of Plattner's withdrawal. I'm Ben Thomas.
Yet another brutal heat dome set to roast part of the United States starting this weekend as part of a major weather pattern change. Some of the most intense heat will center on the Rockies, where some daily records are likely to be tied or broken. And wildfire activity will be a major concern in some areas. More on these stories from townhall.com.
Hey, I'm not one to say I told you so, but do you remember last year when I told you that Pure Talk was hands down the best wireless company that I'd ever used? Well, some of you were skeptical, but Consumer Reports just asked 120,000 people to rate every wireless company in America, including the big boys. Well, guess which company was the only company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. Coverage, support, value, data. 5 stars across the board. No service contracts, no cancellation fees, just great U.S. customer service on a crazy fast 5G network for a fraction of what you've been paying. I'm not going to say I told you so, but I will encourage you one more time to dial pound 250, say micro, and switch to a 5-star American wireless company that won't let you down. Pure Talk.
The Trump administration cracking down on an abuse of the H-1B visa program.
Vice President J.D. Vance says the administration is launching a new effort targeting abuse of the H-1B visa program.
Today, I'm proud to announce that the Federal Department of Labor has started dozens of subpoenas and investigations into foreign fraudsters who are trying to take advantage of the H-1B visa program.
The administration says the effort is aimed at protecting American workers. Willie Nelson, Washington.
Kentucky's governor has written an open letter to Mitch McConnell asking the Republican senator to disclose more about his condition. It's been 3 weeks of silence from the 84-year McConnell since he was hospitalized. Former Wisconsin Judge Hannah Dugan has been spared from prison for ushering a Mexican defendant out of her courtroom as ICE agents waited in the hallway. A federal judge has fined her $5,000. News at townhall.com. A judge has ordered E. Jean Carroll to be paid $5.8 million in the Trump sex abuse and defamation case. Correspondent Lisa Dwyer with the update in this report.
A federal judge says writer E. Jean Carroll can be paid the $5.8 million that was set aside after a jury found that President Donald Trump sexually abused her in 1996 and defamed her after she publicly revealed the attack. Trump's lawyers immediately appealed that order, which frees the money to be released to Carroll. Carroll's lawyers requested disbursement of the money after the Supreme Court declined to hear an appeal of the 2023 civil verdict. Trump has resumed defamatory attacks against Carroll as his lawyers consider asking the High Court to reconsider its decision. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild,
they want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who plays to win the game, John Fredericks.
You're on the John Fredericks Media Network. I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. DC Dispatch coming out bottom of the hour. We'll be taking the extra half hour today, 9:30 to 10:30. Joining me now by phone, Pennsylvania, Senator Dave McCormick. Senator, thanks for joining us today. It's been way too long. Great to have you on, sir.
Hey, John, thanks for having me. It has been too long. How you doing?
Doing fine. How's Dina and the girls?
They're great. We're going to get them all together for a week this summer, which is a rare thing. So we're excited about that. And 18 months in, can you believe it? I mean, it was just 18 months ago. You and I were standing in Pittsburgh doing high fives when I won this thing. So it's been a great honor, and there's a lot going on, and we're making a lot of progress, and still got a lot of work to do. But it's been a great honor to be in the Senate.
Well, we got a lot to talk about today, and I appreciate the time. I'm going to get right to, though, the state fair, where Josh Shapiro, the governor, basically gave the New Jersey salute, if you will, to the country, as far as I'm concerned. This beautiful state fair, this 250 celebration, and Dave McCormick, and you got together with your colleague, bipartisan, Senator Fetterman, and you put your own program together. You got all the sponsors. You got on the phone. You made the calls, and you've got probably one of the top 3 exhibits in the state fair. Fabulous that you guys took the bull by the horns and got that done, because how can you have a 250 celebration without the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania being right in the middle of it, Dave?
No, I couldn't agree more. I guess this was 10 days ago. I was in, I woke up in the morning. I had heard the night before that there was some story about us not having a pavilion at the fair. And I went to bed. I woke up the next morning. I was reading this, and the governor said we weren't going to have a pavilion. I wanted to protect the taxpayers, no taxpayer dollars, and he said that no businesses would support it. And I read that. I said, this makes no sense. So I called Fetterman. I said, I'm going to do something. If I have to pay my own money, but I think businesses will come into this. And I called the governor. I said, Governor, this is no good. We got to be out there. And he said, no, nobody's going to support it. And I said, well, I'm going to do something. And I started to call around. And John, it would have made you proud. People came out of the woodwork. The Chamber of Commerce, Pennsylvania manufacturers, individual businesses, Christmas tree farmers, the ag community, the snack food community. They all started coming out. And I called a friend of mine who's a very famous flag broker in Dillsburg, Pennsylvania, and he brought down this incredible display of flags. And then all of a sudden, we got a Liberty Bell that was the actual size of the Liberty Bell. It just kept rolling. It was unbelievable. 55 different organizations came out and offered donations and came to put things in the fair, in our booth. And it is, I think it's the best one at the fair, but it's certainly the most traveled one. I mean, we have had tens of thousands of people came through. It was 10,000 in the first couple of days. And you see those lines. You look down the mall, and the one pavilion that has all the lines is Pennsylvania. And, it's just what you said. This is our Commonwealth is where America was born.
Right.
It's where the deciding battle of Gettysburg was fought on those hallowed grounds of Gettysburg. It's the arsenal of democracy for World War II. It's all happened here. So the idea that we wouldn't be represented has been unthinkable. I'll say one more word on this, which is this is not political. This is not political. Patriotism is something that we can all feel proud of our country. We can have our political differences, and so that's why any suggestion that the Great American State Fair is a political exercise is just complete nonsense. It was fantastic. I was so proud of it, and so proud of Pennsylvania.
Well, Shapiro's running for president, so he's got to one up everybody on the Trump hate network. And for him to say the businesses wouldn't back it, you got on the phone and got them all to back it. Hey, just so everybody knows, we're with on the phone Senator Dave McCormick, Jr., U.S. Senator from Pennsylvania, Republican. Senator, when you picked up the phone and called Fetterman and ran this idea by him, what was his reaction?
He's like, absolutely. How could we not be? How could we not be there? So he and I took the lead on this one. He takes the lead on lots of things. We work together on a lot of things, John. And if you ask me, my number one surprise since I've been in the Senate, it's him. It's my relationship with him. And he and I see each other and talk regularly. He votes as a Democrat, so nobody should think that he's a conservative. He wouldn't pretend to be. He votes probably 90% of the time with the Democratic Party. But the thing about him that I respect is he is willing to disagree with the radical lunatics in his party that are anti-Semitic, that hate America, that are anti-law enforcement. Though he is willing to disagree with the Graham Plattner party, and he is willing to take the heat. And so that's one thing. The second thing about him, which I appreciate, is when I call him and I say, hey, we need to do this, or here's my suggestion, he always says, well, he's always about what's best for Pennsylvania. And he doesn't look, I think it may have something to do with, honestly, the stroke and the near-death experience. I think he's just at the point in his life, he just wants to do good things. And that's where I am in my life. I want to do good things for Pennsylvania. And so we've formed a good partnership.
Senator, let's talk about the SAVE Act. Looks like the House is going to put this in reconciliation again. Parliamentarian not in favor of it. Are you in favor of just firing the parliamentarian, overriding her, and to get this in? Because 90% of Americans, 98% of Republicans back it, 80% of all people back it. We want voter ID, want to clean this up. What is your position on the SAVE Act and getting it through reconciliation?
Well, I'm sure you followed this. There has been no one who has been a stronger voice on this than me. I've given multiple speeches on the floor. Every single day I'm talking about this. And the reason, I feel it personally. When people say there's not that many illegal immigrants that vote, it doesn't take many, right? You're looking at a guy who lost his first race by 900 votes, won his second by 15,000 out of 7 million. And in Pennsylvania, just recently, a couple months ago, we had this guy, Mahadi Sacco, who was arrested for voting in 5 or 6 presidential elections as a Democrat, an illegal immigrant. So this is an absolute real problem. Number one, you're absolutely right. The majority of Americans, Democrats and Republicans, support it, both voter ID as well as the idea of proof of citizenship to be able to register to vote. And we've got to get this done. It's the most frustrating thing that's happened to me since I've been in the Senate. It's an 80-20 issue, and we can't get 60 senators to vote for it. So I'm for a whole range of possibilities to get it done. Absolutely in reconciliation. I like that idea. I like the idea of putting it on multiple different bills where it's going to push the Democrats to be in a position where they have to vote for it or they have to vote against something that they're for otherwise. I'm for the talking filibuster to get them out on the floor to defend the indefensible. But we've got to keep the pressure on. And I have no idea how the parliamentarian is going to rule, so we'll have to see. But I think there must be a way to create a provision in a reconciliation bill that creates the right incentives, which is what the parliamentarian is going to talk about, to force states to go down the path where they require voter ID and proof of citizenship. So, listen, we can't give up on this. I think the pressure is growing. I talk about it every single week. I just came back from an 11-day tour in Pennsylvania across 26 different counties. In every town hall and every meeting I took, the number one issue that came up was Save America Act. So it's not going away. We got to keep the pressure on. And I think the president's right to keep saying this. We got to get this done. And he's got a strong supporter and partner in me.
Why can't you get your leader to act on any of this?
Here's my bottom line on this. I think that we have this unique moment. We're in the majority in the House and the Senate. We have the president there. We have these midterms coming up. Historically speaking, these midterms are tough. So I think there's a path to keeping the majority in the House and Senate, but we should be paranoid as hell and running as hard as we can at this. So if you think you've got a window where you've got the ability to drive, the dramatic changes we need in our country, you gotta play big ball. You gotta throw big long passes to get big things done. And so the two things I agree with you on. I agree that the Save America Act, we need to keep the pressure on, and I hope our leadership in the Senate will keep doing that. And the second thing, which is going to sound like a wonky thing, but the number one thing for us in Pennsylvania, John, is permitting reform. We've got to get the permitting reform done. It's the biggest thing we could do for Trump's economic agenda. It'll unlock $1.5 trillion of new investment. It's not just energy dominance, but it's economic policy. And right now, it takes about 6 years to get a permit for an energy project. It took 3.5 years to win World War II. So we've got to fix this. I've introduced a bill to do this comprehensive permitting reform. So if you said to me, what are the two most important things we could do for the country in the next 6 months, we obviously got to get the defense funding done for the president's budget. So put that aside for a second. But the two pieces of legislation would be Save America and permitting reform. And that's what I keep telling our leadership. And that's I've talked to the president about it. And those two things are the things I keep talking about to him.
We need to get you on more often, Dave. I know you're short on time, but I love your passion, and I love the fact that you're trying to get this done. And I think you understand that a lot of the MAGA base is very frustrated over the fact that we can't get John Thune to act on this. Won't get rid of the parliamentarian, doesn't want to put in reconciliation, doesn't want to bring it to the floor, can't get to talking filibuster. And, we got some of your colleagues out there saying, time is up, we've run out of time. So it's very frustrating for the base to see this when, 98% of Republicans want some form of election integrity. Final thing, I know you're short on time, Dave.
John, I'm frustrated. I'm frustrated. I agree with you. I'm frustrated. I know what you're going to ask me. You're going to ask me about the defense summit, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that I'm glad you asked me about that, because that's where the frustration. So the frustration, if you're a senator, you've got to go through this incredibly laborious process. It's the way the founders designed it, but it's so hard to get stuff done through legislation. We just talked about how hard it is. But that doesn't mean you can't get things done that are great for Pennsylvania. And so, last year, you and I talked about this. We had this incredible Energy and Innovation Summit where the president came to Pittsburgh. We got $92 billion of investment. Every major CEO in energy, his cabinet, the big tech firms, the big investors. That's a huge area of growth for Pennsylvania. Tens of thousands of jobs were announced. Well, we got the same opportunity in defense. The defense industry is going through a crazy period of change. The world's getting more dangerous. The face of war is changing. And frankly, we've been on our rear ends for 20 years in terms of not having the kind of reforms we need in defense until Trump came into office. And so we now are going to increase the defense budget dramatically. We're going to reform the suppliers that get to be part of that. And we're going to expand the definition of national security, and we're putting a lot more money behind it. And Pennsylvania, John, needs to be the point of the spear. And so I'm hosting this summit at the War College in Carlisle. We're going to have 1,000 people there, all Pennsylvania defense-related contractors. We have a huge space industry in Pennsylvania, 300 suppliers. We have the Philadelphia shipyard, which is going to go from 1 ship a year to 20, robotics in Philadelphia, Navy propulsion research at State College, the next generation combat vehicle in York, Pennsylvania, the biggest producer of artillery in America is in Scranton, Pennsylvania. And we got the president coming. We've got this is unbelievable, John, every single CEO of every major defense contractor coming. We've got all the Pennsylvania firms coming. We got the president's cabinet coming, Secretary of Defense coming. It's going to be an amazing event, and it's all about three things. Number one, reinforcing the president's strategy of peace through strength, getting the right people in the room to make big things happen, which is what you learn to do when you're a CEO like I was. You got to get the right people there. We're going to have the head of the building trades nationally there. We're going to have Senator Fetterman. This is going to be incredible. and it's going to focus on Pennsylvania, how we bring all this action to Pennsylvania. So Pennsylvania, we just talked about led the world in World War II in the arsenal of democracy. We can lead the world again with all the great things happening in Pennsylvania. So I'm so excited about it, and I'm so proud the president has agreed to do this again. You know how much he loves Pennsylvania, and he wants to do great things for America and great things for Pennsylvania. So I'm fired up to have him. I feel very fortunate that he's agreed to do this.
Dave, it's in Carlisle. When is it?
Next week. It's the 14th and the 15th. The 14th is a defense expo where all the defense contractors come. We're going to have Dan Kane, who's the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, is going to be the speaker. And then the 15th is the major summit day, and President Trump's going to come on the 15th.
Well, I'm definitely going to that. I'm going to cover that. And thank you for outlining this to all of our audience so we can bring back the coverage and give everybody an inside bird's eye view of what's going on. Got to wrap. Final thing, Iran.
John, I'd love to have you, man. I'd love to have you.
We're going. Where do we go from here on Iran?
You know, listen, I've been with the president every step of the way. He has pushed to have a peaceful path for Iran to come back and have prosperity for the people of Persia. It's been led by radical lunatics for 50 years, but it's up to Iran. They're at a crossroads. I thought we were on a path where they were going to embrace giving up their nuclear-enriched uranium and giving up their nuclear program. It looks like they're backing off of that. And I think the president has said we're going to keep the pressure on, and I support him in doing that. We can't, for our kids, have a nuclear-armed Iran. I think he's done the right thing to keep the pressure on. So we'll see. I think we can't put ground troops on. We got to keep the pressure on with air power, and we got to keep the strait open. And so hopefully this whack that he's given them when they stepped out of line on the MOU, the Memorandum of Understanding, hopefully this whack will bring them back into the peace negotiations. I know that's what Trump wants, but it's up to them. And he's made it clear that they can't have a nuclear weapon. He's also made it clear that he wants to offer a path to peace. It's up to them. And I respect and admire the fact that he's taken a tough one on. This isn't easy, but I think he's got to keep the pressure on.
Well, look, ships are getting through the straits now, right? So we're still getting cargo ships through now. So it's not like the strait is closed. We got a pathway in the southern end. Ships are getting through. And so, but the final thing, I just got to ask you this. Freedom Gas, down 50 cents a gallon. Shapiro wouldn't take your gas tax off. It's down 50 cents in Philadelphia a gallon. And I know you got to go, but we can't get off with it without talking about the president's request of gas retailers to bring gas down 50 cents for the holiday for the $2.50, down 50 cents, called Freedom Gas. How do you spread this through Pennsylvania? And then we'll go.
Well, two things. He's already brought the price of gas down a buck a gallon through all the efforts to open up the strait. There's been a lot of good work that the Treasury Secretary and everybody else has done to increase supply and make sure that the conflict doesn't put pressure on gas prices. The one thing I hear about a lot is Beyond Save America Act gas prices. So we made huge progress, and the Freedom Gas is just another example. We got to keep the pressure on and have everybody embrace that. I think it's a great idea. The president's always looking for ways to make sure that the working families, the folks that are most affected by this stuff, are benefiting from it. And when I go across Pennsylvania, people appreciate that the most.
Senator Dave McCormick, Pennsylvania Republican. Dave, thanks for being with us. I'm going to see you next week at your big event in Carlisle. Thank you. People want to follow you. Where do they go?
It's let's see, Dave McCormick at Senate.com.
Dave McCormick at Senate.com. Dave, I want to give a shout out to Katie Montgomery, your new comms director. She's been fabulous to work with. So big shout out to Katie. Thank you. And thank you, Dave. And I'll see you next week.
Thanks.
And thanks for being with us.
Thanks. Thanks, John. Bye-bye.
All right, you got it. Okay, that was Dave McCormick, Senator, Pennsylvania, Republican. We're going to take a rather extended break here, Dan. I got to get the DC dispatch set up. So we got ads to run. We've got some promos. And then, Dan, you're going to run a bunch of clips. And about 12, 15 minutes, we'll be back with the DC Dispatch after we get everybody set up. Thank you, Dave. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
On Golf with Jay Delsing, hear the stories of star makers like Scotty Scheffler coach Randy Smith.
Randy, thank you so much for joining us today.
I knew that there was going to be something real close to what we're looking at when he was 6.5 years old.
Wow.
So I was one of the luckiest guys in the world to be standing on the right street corner when the right bus came up.
Plus the latest equipment news and tips on playing better golf. Golf with Jay Delsing, Saturday mornings, 11 Eastern, 10 Central on the John Fredericks Media Network.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Ponder this. We sometimes hear newly married couples discuss their future life as a family. Often this leads to discussions on the number of children they are planning to have. Typically, the number of children ranges from none to 2 or 3. Family life can be planned thanks to birth control and abortion. But the reality is that God has a birth control plan already established for those who love Him and trust in Him. We are called to live a life of chastity according to our state in life. If you are called to a married life, being open to life according to God's plan is a great gift and probably the greatest challenge in today's modern world. It starts by selecting a spouse who puts God and family first. Then, trust in God's birth control plan where parents are open to life and provide a sanctuary of faith for their family. Allow God, the author of life, to plan your family. I'm Susie Kelly and I am passionately Catholic.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on 2 huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
Van Hillary has fought for America before, and his legend was simple: chart the course, stay on mission. When he came home to Tennessee, he won an election nobody thought a Republican could win. Then he did it again and again. For almost a decade, America First conservative Van Hillary has fought the radical left, stood with President Trump, and never folded, securing our border, cutting taxes, and bringing jobs to Tennessee.
Radical Democrats are trying to hijack our country. President Trump needs a conservative fighter who knows how to win. I'll keep fighting to help President Trump finish what he started, keeping our border secure, growing our economy, and destroying the woke agenda. I'm Van Hillary, and I approve this message because I'm standing with President Trump to get America back on mission.
America First conservative Van Hillary. He's never folded, and he never will. Paid for by Van for Tennessee.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you My Pillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our My Pillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our My Pillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Found the truth still standing right. John Fredericks on the dial, cutting through the noise in style. If you want it straight, you know where to go. He rolls like thunder, head to toe. John Fredericks Radio Network. John Fredericks Radio Network. Godzilla truth. Hear that roar. Godzilla truth. John Fredericks Radio Network. He brings the facts and he brings more.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. For the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who never has a failure to communicate, John Fredericks.
What if you had a plan to build income outside your job? At Lifestyles Unlimited, you'll learn how people are investing in real estate to grow their income and make smarter financial choices one property at a time. Right now, join us for just $297. That's a savings of $443 off our real estate education program. Text RADIO to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
All right, you got him. DC Dispatch with us. Thank you for your patience. We got this all worked out. Ryan, our producer, he's out today. His mama bear wife is 7 months pregnant. She has some tests going on today. Everything is fine, though. Ryan will be back next week. Meantime, me and Dan here running the show. Our DC Dispatch, a little light. Lindsay had to go. She had a 10 o'clock meeting, so she's not with us. We think we have Christina Goodlander by video. Dan, let me know if she is in. In the meantime, we've got, there we have Christina. So we'll go ahead with the introductions. Christina Goodlander, the vice chair of the DC GOP. That is not an oxymoron. Also with us, Christina from Florida. Also with us, Maria Pickering, longtime activist, Washington, D.C. for Republicans, former candidate at large D.C. Council, the Zoom queen of politics of all time in D.C. She has mastered the Zoom. That was her claim to fame. So that's good to have her. And also with us, the one and only Terry Gilberg, former radio host with Salem, former TV host with
Clear Channel,
I'll get that right one of these days, and everybody else.
Media.
And now with the John Fredericks Media Network and a mainstay here. This is my favorite show of the week. As everybody knows, we're going to be taking an extra 30 minutes. So we'll be on till 10:30, Michael Patrick Lay after that. So we got all that going on. And we got a special guest with us today. Phil Linderman is with us. And Phil, tell everybody a little bit about yourself and how you ended up here on DC Dispatch.
Thanks, John, for the invitation to be here.
Speak up a little bit.
Okay, I am a retired career U.S. diplomat, foreign service officer, did 31 years at the State Department. And after retiring, several colleagues and I, we established an organization called the Ben Franklin Fellowship. It's a nonprofit organization of foreign policy professionals. And we thought it was important to have an organization within the State Department, career services. We're nonpartisan, but we're conservative. We believe in meritocracy. We believe in the Constitution. We believe in serving the president. We believe in a national interest U.S. foreign policy. And we thought that mindset, that value set, was not represented in the career bureaucracy. At least not organized. We are a minority, but all kinds of other organizations traditionally have existed in State Department for woke values, for other values, and we thought there should be one that stood for conservative values. And so that is the backdrop of the reason that several of us came together, retired officers, to organize the Ben Franklin Fellowship. And you can find us online. You can see our website. You can see the principles that we stand for. They're broad principles about having a national interest foreign policy, meritocracy and hiring and promotions, and about protecting our border.
All right, Christina.
So, yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so Phil, thank you so much for coming in and being with us this morning. I guess, can you tell us about some of the improvements that we've seen to the State Department and kind of how it's serving American citizens and American interests since President Trump came into office?
Sure. Well, I think one of the significant things, maybe the most significant things that happened inside the State Department was the reorganization plan that Secretary Marco Rubio put in place, and it eliminated several offices and a large part of the bureaucracy that dealt with values that were or issues and values that were not really in the American national interest. And so he streamlined those bureaus out of the department. In some cases, they were eliminated. This set a new emphasis on the major part of the State Department, which are the so-called regional bureaus, the bureaus that run our embassies and consulates abroad. And they are really the bureaus that should carry out the president's and the secretary's foreign policy objectives. And to the extent that you have a lot of other organizations, offices, and bureaus inside State Department, they clutter the mission and they bring in all kinds of values that are not necessarily the values of the U.S. national interest. So I credit Secretary Rubio and his team for eliminating those unnecessary offices that made not only the organization more bureaucratic and less responsive, but they also brought in values, as I say, that were not part of a common sense U.S. national foreign policy that was carrying out the basic needs of the country.
Well, you know what? When you look at the Ben Franklin organization and you look at D.C. and what's going on here, and I know you guys are very involved in it, what is your position? I'm just going to take it to the city. What is your position on the city, Phil, and what is going on here?
Well, the city, the district, okay, we are an organization, obviously, that's about U.S. foreign policy.
Right.
And the dimension of U.S. foreign policy is that foreign countries bring their embassies to the United States.
Exactly.
They come to Washington, D.C. There are countless embassies and international organizations and other international NGOs, et cetera, that are based in this city. To the extent that we have a city that functions well, that is safe, that can provide an environment in which we can interact with foreign dignitaries, et cetera, that is a plus for our country. We need to have a city in which we can not only be proud of as Americans when we come here as Americans from all across the country, but a city that showcases the best image of our country to foreigners who are here.
Well, you know what? That sounds great. We got that now, but Terry Gilberg, we got a communist mayor coming in. They got another crackpot of budget. They want to raise taxes on businesses, drive them out of the city so there's nobody here. They want to get rid of the National Guard. They don't want to hire any cops. Maybe they want to defund the police. They want to get the tents back, garbage back, graffitis back. needles back, drugs back, and have people jumping the turnstiles on the metro and have squalor there. How does that mesh with what Linderman just said?
It doesn't mesh only in the sense, at least in my thinking, that this swamp attitude of leftist thinking, of destruction and decay and destroy and severe way to the left policies might be, in fact, what has been happening at the State Department with our policies with the State Department. Correct me if I'm wrong, but this is what it seems like to me. Over the years, this kind of introduction, perhaps since the Reagan administration, I don't know, since Reagan, maybe since Ford, of woke DEI, this slippery slope to the left, which we're seeing local level and probably also with the State Department, of which your organization, it seems to me, is trying to shore up or at least tack to the right for that goal to get more of a balance. And because it's under President Trump, it's his agenda. It's his agenda. Now, I know we've got this mayor coming in. I realize that.
She's bad crap crazy.
You said it. That's true.
I mean, she is to the left. Nobody is saying anything about this. This woman is an avowed communist. She is to the left of Manami, right?
And I think there's going to be this combustion if and when she is elected. And I know things can happen. It's a long ways away.
She's going to get elected.
Okay.
She's going to be the next mayor. There's no opposition. I mean, she's basically, you'd have to run a write-in campaign. She'll get 98% of the vote.
But so Trump will take her on, as you said a couple of weeks ago.
We'll get to that in a minute, but let's get to Maria here. I mean, she presents a budget, and she wants this tax increase in it. She wants a tax. I mean, where business is hurting now in D.C., it's not coming in D.C., and now she wants to tax what? Law firms, lobbyist firms, and to raise money for universal child care, which is fine. But this is another giveaway. I mean, Maria, how do you raise taxes in a city on businesses where businesses aren't coming in, and she's already been branded as anti-business, anti-development?
Well, this is another unfortunate move on the part of these loony left-wing politicians. This is called the business activity tax. With all due respect, it's a batty idea because it is going to discourage businesses. These people are not stupid, and they can very easily move across the river to Arlington, Alexandria, to Maryland. They can go to places where they are not subjected to even more taxes and arcane regulations that discourage business development and discourage businesses from hiring people and contributing to the local economy. We're still recovering from the impact of COVID on our local businesses. We've had 20% of the businesses in the Georgetown Business District folded during COVID. It takes a long time for a small business to make a comeback. They need to meet payroll. They have taxes, they have expenses to pay. And so this business activity tax is a bad idea. I certainly hope President Trump will do everything in his power to pull home rule or impose a control board such as we had in the 90s when we had crackhead Mayor Barry running around. So there are a lot of things that the president and the Congress can do to rein in these loony left-wing politicians. And what Phil was talking about, our city, we are a capital city. Okay, we're an unusual place. We are not a state. We were never intended to be a state, but we are a capital city, and we should be showing off the best of America to the people who come here to do business, to represent their wonderful countries, and to the people who live and work here. And we've talked about this a number of times. I have my latest issue is the fact that our public library in my neighborhood, which is a nice neighborhood, the public library looks like the town dump because people are allowing our homeless neighbors to I have photographs on my cell phone. I'm not making this up.
And where this intersects with diplomacy too is, Maria, you live near a number of embassies, right? And you live near a number of diplomatic residences.
That's correct.
Diplomats who are here to conduct business in our nation's capital, this is what they're seeing.
Yes,
Yeah.
and it's not a good look. It's not a good look to have a public library with a sick room toilet out front and with piles of trash out front. This is not. This does not present the best of
Hey,
us.
it's the Janice Lewis way.
Well,
let's just. I mean, that's what it is.
Think
Can I give
about
an
it.
example
Yeah,
of
Phil.
this as well from the perspective of the State Department in Foggy Bottom, the Harry S. Truman Building, which is the main State Department building. For years, there's a small park, public park
Yes.
near HST, Harry S. Truman Building. For years, it was an encampment of homeless people and others hanging around. For years, U.S. Diplomats and their foreign interlocutors constantly walked past this park of homeless people. And the message was very clear that our city, our capital, was incapable of dealing with an encampment of homeless people. It was there for a long time. In recent years, not that long ago, finally was evacuated.
Right.
Someone enforced the law and said you can't camp on this public space.
Right.
My question would be, are they going to? There were other examples around in Foggy Bottom around the Truman Building that were typical of this. We need a capital, we need a State Department, our Foreign Affairs Administration, so that foreigners don't come by dealing with us and saying, like, you can't even clear up the encampment of homeless people right outside your front door.
Yeah. It's like
Well,
ridiculous.
To get back to my little local, apologize for boring your listeners with a local, but this is a very neighborhood oriented issue, and I'm going to raise it with our Advisory Neighborhood Commission. I called our council member's office last week to talk about this, and they referred me to the mayor's office of encampments. Well, what does it tell you that the mayor has an office of encampments? This means that under a corrupt one-party rule, we have institutionalized squalor. Okay, we should have an office to try to get rid of encampments, to try to get people who are ill or down on their luck the help that they need. There are many resources around. We have a charity that deals with the homeless a couple of blocks up the street from us. Why is the Office of Encampments not working with Friendship Place, with some of the local churches, with other charities and community groups to get these people the help they need and to present our city in a good light, and also to make our libraries appropriately welcoming. Our library is next door to an elementary school. We're next door to Janney Elementary. We're next door to an early childhood learning center. We're half a block away from the American University Law School. We're not far from Jackson Reed High School, so it should be a welcoming center.
I think we can all agree. I think we can all agree that Maria is upset about the library by her house. I think we can. That thing is. I mean, it's by the embassies. It's gross. I went by it the other day.
Right next door to Metro.
After I went to church, I said, well, let's go check this out. And even Ann was like, no, it was on a Sunday, and there were 3 tents out there. On a Sunday, and garbage all over the place, right in front of our church. No, a block away. It's disgusting, and so you're right about that. So I can verify, I can understand Maria's displeasure, so to speak, with that. But I want to get back to this. I think you called it a baddie tax. Goodlander. Let's get back to Goodlander here. Christina Goodlander, the vice chair of the DC GOP. That's not an oxymoron. Goodlander. This tax, it's just going to drive additional businesses from coming into the city. Like, this is going to be the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
It's terrible, but honestly, it's not the stupidest thing that I want to talk about today. So I have actually another thing that's really burning that I want.
Stupider?
Yes, there are stupider. I mean, the tax is very stupid, but there are things that are even less intelligent. So just another really pressing issue that's kind of at the intersection of local DC crazy and U.S. foreign policy. And I'd love to hear Phil's thoughts on this. DC still has this insane piece of local legislation called the Local Residents Voting Act, which means that any person, whether they're an American citizen, whether they're here illegally, whether they are a diplomat from a hostile foreign power such as China, actually is able to vote in our local elections. So, like, the Chinese embassy can vote for the mayor of DC. Personally, I think Congress needs to remedy this,
Which
but
is nutty.
it'd be interesting
That's
to hear, Phil,
slick.
what you think about that particular piece of.
I mean, the people at the Iranian embassy bombing our ships can vote in the mayor's race.
Yep.
I mean, Phil, what the hell? Have you ever heard of
That's a crazy law by any standard, by any common sense American standard, that foreigners, non-citizens, should vote in local elections is a dangerous idea. And to the extent that it is loose in the District of Columbia, I hope good people can kill it, because it is another piece of the phenomenon of open borderism. Open borderism is dangerous to our country. We're not hostile to foreigners, but we need to be clear about who's an American, who isn't, who's a legal resident in the country, and who's an illegal, who has illegal presence in the country. This is about the rule of law. This is common sense. This is a standard that we all Americans should be able to rally around, whatever our political persuasion is. And so I'm taken aback. As a very operational thing, if there are any foreign diplomats in the district or in New York or wherever voting in local elections, that is inconsistent with their presence in the country.
No, it's not. They vote with the Democrats.
Well,
fits right in, Phil.
Well, no, well,
we got to go. Hold that thought. Okay. I got to go top of the hour news. DC Dispatch is going to be back. Christina Goodlander live in Florida. We miss her. And Lindsay couldn't make it. She had a meeting. Ryan's not here, so we're hanging together. Maria Pickering, Terry Gilberg, John Fredericks will all be right back after top of the hour news. Stay with us.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm John Scott. The exchange of fire between the U.S. and Iran continues for another day Thursday.
Sirens sounding early Thursday in Kuwait City as Iran again targeted Kuwait, Bahrain, and Qatar with retaliatory fire after U.S. forces launched new airstrikes on Iran. The attacks came hours after President Trump said recent Iranian strikes on ships in the Strait of Hormuz signaled the end of the ceasefire.
They're bad people. And frankly, I don't want to waste my time with them.
Thursday's attacks appeared bigger all round. U.S. Central Command said it hit some 90 targets, and Iranian state media reported explosions in several locations, including Bushehr. I'm Ben Thomas.
Graham Plattner drops out of the Senate race, allowing Maine Democrats to replace him. More from correspondent Laura Winters.
Graham Plattner has dropped out of the Maine Senate race. Top Democrats, including Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, called on him to step aside as an ex-girlfriend came forward, accusing him of breaking into her home and sexually assaulting her. He releases a video on his X page denying any wrongdoing.
I have faced some very serious allegations, and I just want to make it clear. This is all false. The things that have been claimed did not happen.
Laura Winters reporting.
Utah prosecutors planning to play audio clips in open court of law enforcement officials interviewing the roommate of the man accused of killing conservative activist Charlie Kirk. Tyler Robinson, charged with aggravated murder and has not entered a plea. He turned himself in a day after that fatal shooting. President Trump announcing at a NATO summit in Turkey the U.S. will allow Ukraine to manufacture Patriot air defense systems. This decision marks a significant shift as the U.S. had previously resisted this move. More on these stories from townhall.com.
Are you tired of feeling lousy? Maybe you had a scare at your last checkup or just walking hurts? When enough is enough, call PhD Weight Loss. When I had enough 4 years and 53 pounds ago, I knew I couldn't do it alone. I'm Mike Gallagher for PhD Weight Loss. Best phone call I ever made. They were right with me. They still are today. Right now, mention Mike. You'll get 2 free weeks added to the program, and they'll pay for the cost of your food. $1,500 value. Call 864-644-1900, 864-644-1900, or visit myphdweightloss.com.
Maybe this is you too. There is enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It's amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven. And yeah, you could save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Here's the number. They're easy to talk to. 833-34-BIBLE. That's 833-34-BIBLE.
An AI program in the state of Utah has sparked a vigorous debate. Keith Peters reports.
That debate is about the role of the technology in healthcare.
Utah is the first state in the nation to allow AI to renew prescriptions for patients. Previously, that role had always been reserved for doctors and other medically licensed professionals. Technically, state and federal laws don't allow AI programs to handle prescriptions, but officials in Utah have waived those requirements for Doctronic, maker of the AI chatbot that converses with patients and can send refill orders to their pharmacy. The Federal Food and Drug Administration has signaled it doesn't plan to intervene. Keith Peters, Washington.
Microsoft announcing it's cutting 4,800 jobs, including many in its Xbox division. Represents about 2.1% of its global workforce. Xbox CEO Ashish Sharma, who took over earlier this year, says the industry is not healthy. News at townhall.com. A fatal shooting during a Texas ICE operation drawing lots of attention.
Authorities say a U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement officer shot and killed Lorenzo Salgado Araujo in Houston during an operation after he attempted to evade arrest in his vehicle. The Department of Homeland Security said the shooting occurred during a targeted operation against the Mexican national who was in the U.S. without legal permission. The shooting has drawn calls from some local Democratic officials for an independent investigation. This is at least the 8th death from an encounter with federal immigration officials since the start of the Trump administration's intense immigration enforcement campaign. I'm Haya Panjwani.
New World screwworm cases in dogs in Texas and New Mexico, prompting warnings from veterinarians and humane societies that pet owners need to remain vigilant to protect their animals. Animal health experts say pet owners should examine the animals regularly, give them prescription flea and tick medication if need be. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Ponder this. Ponder this. Have you ever been so hungry that not only is your stomach growling, but you become lightheaded and shaky? Your blood sugar has hit an all-time low. It seems that when this occurs, no amount of food can satisfy this type of hunger. When hunger reaches this level, your normally nice personality may become agitated, impatient, or even angry. You need food and you need it fast. Did you know that our souls need daily nourishment as well? A hungry soul might be inclined to give in to temptations and commit sin without a care about its eternal destiny. When we let our souls grow hungry, we must feed them with prayers, recollection, and sacred scripture. Catholics in the state of grace have the additional benefit of access to feeding our souls with a heavenly food. Only in the Catholic Church is Jesus truly present in every worthy reception of Holy Communion. He is the bread of life. His words, "Come and see." I'm Susie Kelly and I am passionately Catholic.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
Stop. Really? Is that the first question? We won the game 20-10. Try another question. We played the game to win the game.
All right. How about third down then? What is going on with third down?
It's one game. Last game, we were great on third down. You're looking at this from the wrong perspective. LSU won the football game. Won the game. I don't know what you want from me. What do you want? You want us to win 70-0 against Florida to keep you happy?
No, I think people want to know why you can't run the ball, quite honestly.
We can run the ball. Did you see the last play of the game? That's all you need. You just need one. There's a ridiculous questions. You know what? You're spoiled. You're spoiled. This team is 17-1 at night. 17-1. Give them some respect.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America. No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
John Fredericks talking straight, cutting through the splash. Hot facts loud and clear, rolling through the day. When the signal comes alive, you know the name to say. Turn it up, don't fade, hear that southern drive. One voice, one lane, keeps the room alive. John Fredericks Radio, John Fredericks Radio. Say it loud, let it roll. John Fredericks Radio.
All right, welcome back to the John Fredericks Media Network and all the John Fredericks Radio apps. Great to have you with us. As always, don't forget, all of this is podcast on YouTube. Go to our YouTube channel. We have every single one broken down, plus the whole show is there. You can just go to YouTube, put in John Fredericks Media Network. Don't put in radio show. That's like 20 years old. You'll not get anything. Put in Media Network. It's all there, plus the shorts. Plus, you'll have Dave McCormick up. We'll have the DC Dispatch up. We'll have all these beautiful people here, except me, at your disposal. So they'll all be there. Joining us now for our second segment of DC Dispatch. We're going to have a lot of fun. Michael Patrick Lay will be following us whenever we decide to put him on. I should really say that, Mike. I'm sorry. I do love you, Mike. I really do. But I love my ladies at DC Dispatch more. Sorry. So with us, special guest Philip Linderman, longtime State Department. We're not going to call him a bureaucrat. We'll call him a senior official. So it's a little better title now of the Ben Franklin Foundation. Maria Pickering, I finally find out how to say her name right. Long-term activist, also my church mate.
Yes.
Although we go Saturday, you go Sunday, it's all good.
Parishioners.
And we're the same parishioners, and we got that. And I love my church, St. Anne's. Just give them a little shout out. If you're Catholic and you want the gospel and you're anywhere in D.C., St. Anne's, my favorite church. I love our parish. I really do. I love going to that church. I really am. Really feel like home.
It's a wonderful church,
Yeah.
and Monsignor does a fabulous job.
He really does.
And we were talking about, a beautiful city. Well, Monsignor contributes to the beauty of the city because he really cares and has the grounds and the church buildings looking beautiful. So the people next door at the library ought to go over.
Oh, here we go back to the library.
All right. Anyway, but yes, our parish is a great parish, and it's a wonderful spiritual home.
All gospel, no woke. That's
and
what I love
beautifully
about it.
maintained.
Yes, beautiful. Manicured. Terry Gilbert with us, Clear Channel TV, this, that, Salem Radio, media star, now gracing us with her presence. Thank you, Terry, for being with us.
Happy to do it.
I know, right?
Grace.
And
not
then
just from church.
The vice chair of the DC GOP. I can't even say that anymore with a straight face. I'm sorry, Christina. The vice chair of the so-called DC GOP, Christina Goodlander, who's running for chairman, who is I've already endorsed her. She is my choice. We need change. Come on, man. I can't even. The thing is such a joke. Like, we got this tax, right? She has this tax, right, that we were talking about. The DC GOP is yet to put out a press release on what their position is on this, what you called it, baddie tax. Mm-hmm. They haven't put a press release out on anything Janice Lowe's George has done. Like, they don't exist. And we need a new chairman, and that's why I'm for Goodlander. And I'm not even going to be shy about it. Oh, by the way, Patrick Maris said I was banned from the RNC. That's interesting because I spent an hour there yesterday with their staff. So I'd hate to see it if they didn't ban me. What would I like? They give me an office there? You can't make this stuff up, folks. Plus, we got a convention coming up. Hey, Christina, before we get to the other stuff, tell us about this convention in Dallas, 9th and 10th. Ann and I are going one way or the other. I'll tell you that story in a minute. But what's the deal with this? You're an official of the DC GOP. What's going on with the big convention in Dallas?
So this is very exciting. This is the first time that we've actually had a midterm convention. And I think what it'll be, look, we're going to be bringing Republicans together from all across the nation to get together to talk about what really matters and to build up our energy and our momentum heading into these important midterms. And I think, look, it'll just be really cool, right? Because anytime you get Republicans from all over the place together, you have great energy, great vibes. It'll be fantastic.
It's going to be a lot of fun, but we can't figure out who's going.
We'll figure that out.
Do you have any idea who's going?
We'll figure that out. All right. Let's get back to the intersection of kind of DC, US foreign policy, all of these things that really make America great. Because I think one of the common themes that we have here between the work that Phil's doing and then the work that we're doing with trying to improve DC is this issue of woke, right? I mean, woke is a fundamentally unserious ideology. It's a fundamentally unserious way of being in the world. And what I love about what the Ben Franklin Fellowship is doing is trying to really take the woke out of U.S. foreign policy and get back to seriousness, get back to fundamentals. I have a lot of friends who are foreign service officers who did the A100 back, the training course for our future diplomats back when it was super woke. And just some of the things that they were telling me just blew my mind. Just that this was a fundamentally unserious approach to training. And they're off. Diplomats. And it looks like now we're getting back to seriousness.
Well, that's good. Isn't it interesting how Goodlander? I'd rather talk about her race for chairman of the DC GOP, but isn't it interesting how she shifted the conversation to much more higher level, right? State Department. You're very good. You'd make a super chairman. I'm just saying that. By the way, before you answer your question, Dan wants to know, Terry, all he cares about is you. He just cares about Terry. He wants to know, what is Terry's feedback on the way he cleaned the studio, the carpets, the curtains? He wants to know, is Terry a happy camper?
I can smell the air freshener in the air. Isn't it nice? I didn't even need to wear perfume today. Dan, great job. Thank you. It's a super job. And if I had a glass of wine or a glass of champagne, I don't. So I'll tip of the fez to you with my coffee. And by the way, it says 1775 coffee, everybody.
That's my coffee. That's what we drink. That's what you guys are drinking. Although
nice job, Dan.
We did figure he's got to come back. We did figure out we need to straighten the curtains to the end.
This is pretty. Don't you
I know it is pretty.
It's that royal blue, right?
Right.
Great.
But don't tell Dan that I cluttered up the desk.
I have no cell phone today. I forgot and left it at home, so there will be no pictures of the cluttered desk.
Oh, it's horrible. Dan had it all cleaned up, and it took me one day, and it's all back to the way it was. I was going to clean it, but then I forgot. But I'll do it the next week, I promise. I'm going to bring a box, throw everything in a box, hide it. Then when you come, after you leave, I'll put it all back. You'll never know.
Too much work.
Well, I think it's nice. I mean, Dan said, don't clutter up the desk. As soon as he got out the door, put all the crap back on it. Anyway, let's get back to Goodlander because she wants to raise the element of the show, to higher level. So, Phil, she was just talking about basically the State Department, how it relates back to the city wokeness. How do you respond to that?
Well, Christina puts her finger on a crucial issue in this wokeness, which is the source of DEI in a very operational sense. DEI is a cancer inside the federal bureaucracy, destroying the American concept that we all strive for, which is fairness, equal opportunity, treating everyone as an individual. Meritocracy, as I say, is a pillar of the Ben Franklin Fellowship. We're very happy that the Trump administration, one of the first things that it did was an executive order denouncing and insisting that all DEI initiatives within the federal government, and particularly did one for State Department, be ended. And this is the only standard that we can have as Americans, that one that gives equal opportunity, meritocracy. We select our diplomats for their abilities, to represent our country, and not for other sort of value sets that are brought in. It will destroy, DEI has destroyed the excellence within the Foreign Service. And so Ben Franklin is very much about fighting that. We're very happy, as I say, the Trump administration is. But let me stress, it's not an easy battle. There are huge initiatives that are implanted in the bureaucracy inside state that need to be taken out, as you would remove a cancer or any other sickness within a society. It requires leadership. It requires a bureaucracy that is responding to what the administration wants to do. It requires us all as Americans to return to this idea that we believe in equal opportunity. So we really appreciate the help of folks who are.
But what is the feedback there at state when you say they need to respond to this? I would imagine some career diplomats are not responding to it because they are anti-characteristics. I mean, pro-characteristics. Ben Franklin Fellowship is anti-characteristics and pro-accomplishments. They would be pro-characteristics, for example, DEI, woke, open borders, and everything you alluded to. So I'm sure you got kickback.
Oh, we did. Now, it's a mixed bag. There are a lot of professional FSOs, Foreign Service officers, who actually believe, and they may not even be right of center in some cases, but they actually believe in meritocracy. They were disadvantaged for years in promotions, in hiring, in promotions, and in assignments. And if you compete for an assignment, which is the bread and butter inside the State Department, to compete for a foreign assignment, to be selected, if it's not based on your merit, then if it's based on other factors, then it becomes just a zoo. And so a lot of people gravitated towards us because they believe in meritocracy. And I think even in the old days, even left of center people believed in meritocracy. It shows how far we have declined in our national institutions and been victimized by wokeism, that meritocracy is being replaced by people who think a permanent DEI approach to hiring and to other sorts of quality standards should be what we have as the fundament in the United States government. And that's a dangerous idea.
It absolutely is. And today's lead Wall Street Journal editorial, How the Smithsonian Lost America's Plot, actually talks to that, Phil. The National Museum of American History offers a one-sided view, and this talks about President Trump's efforts to try to get our museums to just tell the truth. Stop with the DEI already. Stop with the gratuitous arm-wringing about every flaw in America's history. Just tell the truth and tell the correct story, which is what our State Department should be doing abroad. We should be representing our country with pride and our institutions here. And I know the museums, this is nothing new. Since my daughter was a kid, which was a long time ago, these museums lost the bubble. They were not telling the story of American greatness, of American creativity, of the things that we want to be proud of. And it's true of our Smithsonian, the national museums. It's also true of a lot of private museums. Don't get me started on that, because I can go there too. A woman with a dish is not the same thing as a Catholic nun with a monstrance. But so there are, and this is up and down the East Coast.
You're wound up today.
Well,
Is that the green you got on?
Well, green is the color of hope, liturgically. So we have hope, and we have hope, but that by having discussions like this, people will realize that we all need to participate and turn the ship around and help President Trump tell America's correct story. Help us all, the State Department, journalists, everybody, tell America's story as it ought to be told. It's something we should be proud of on our 250th anniversary. We just had a grand celebration here, despite the heat, but we had a fabulous celebration. The fireworks were the best ever, and we, as a country, have a great story to tell.
Let's talk about the 250, and first we'll finish with the Smithsonian to get to the 250, and the number of Democrats that just hate America. It's like unbelievable. But so there's a big controversy. Of those who might know, the Smithsonian Institute kind of carries the history of the United States, and President Trump has put different people on the board that is changing what they emphasize in the Smithsonian. I think for the better, because they're trying to emphasize the real history of the United States. And of course, the person in charge of there now wants all the woke stuff and how bad we are and et cetera. And the president doesn't really want us depicted that way, as the liberals would like to everybody to come in here and hate their country. So what is, let's get to Goodlander. Now it's a big controversy with the Smithsonian. What is your take on that, Christina Goodlander?
I mean, look, there's a leftist theory, and they've actually been quite successful at this, called the long march through the institutions, right? It's this Marxian idea that they need to get their people planted in these institutions that are impactful and powerful. They've done it in the Smithsonian. They've done it in the State Department. They've done it by getting elected to governments in our cities. And that is something that we have to combat. And where I have a lot of hope, and this is actually, I would say, huge credit to Phil and to what the Ben Franklin Fellows are doing over at the State Department, right? I have hope, because people for a long time said that the State Department was just going to be a hotbed of wokeness, of diplomats who don't actually work for America and all of that. But we're actually seeing real change at the State Department. I think that we'll see real change at the Smithsonian. And I think that we can see real change in our cities as well if we keep our feet on the gas, right? If we have leadership, if we have a plan, and if we have the work ethic to make it happen. This is what's giving me hope, and this is why I'm so glad that we have Phil on today, is because Phil is showing us that we can fight this Marxist long march through the institutions.
What Christina is saying, and to your point, Christina, it reminds me of when President Trump came in as 2.0 and his view of Voice of America. Voice of America was really full of all this leftist, woke.
It was a communist
DEI,
front.
Absolutely. And so President Trump comes in and says, this isn't America, because it's not my agenda. My agenda is America first.
It was like Tokyo Rose.
And exactly, John. And what he basically said is that I'm going to freeze all of that. This Voice of America is not America, my voice, and I'm leading the country. Therefore, you're not going to get that Voice of America. And boy, did that really set
because it wasn't the Voice of America. It was of course it was chartered to spread the word of freedom and liberty throughout Europe, and it got hijacked by the left, and it became like and I told the president this in the first term he had when I was in a meeting with him, and I don't ever discuss my stink, but this was in a public format. There was a couple of the people there, and I said, the Voice of America, because I'm in the media, it's turned out to be like the voice of the CCP. I mean, they hate us. Yeah. I mean, I think it's ridiculous. I mean,
some of those journalists were
really God, they were pathetic.
Which is sad, because during the 80s, the Voice of America gave freedom-loving people real hope, right? Because people would listen, people who were stuck under communism, who were behind the Iron Curtain, would listen to it, and they would have hope, and it really brought hope to a lot of people. So I would love to see Voice of America getting back to that, because there's still a lot of people who live in...
John, it was basically no voice if it's going to be a communist voice.
Exactly.
And he just silenced it as well he should have.
Exactly. Yeah, hey, by the way, whatever happened to Tokyo Rose? Did she was hanged, right? Or executed?
I think she just went to prison. I don't think they executed her.
She went to prison, not executed.
But you all put your finger on a very important point, which is that in all these institutions, we have to bring people into these institutions that don't hate the country, who believe in our institutions, the Constitution. Yes. If you have a diplomat who hates America, you don't want that person going abroad, right? You're from the very beginning, as Christina said, you see the capture of an institution by people who basically are at war with our values. Right. This is not partisanship. This is about values and the values of believing in our Constitution, accepting that our history is basically good with mistakes, that we have been a powerful force in the world, and that in the context of the U.S. State Department, we want to send diplomats abroad who understand that and believe in that, right?
Mm-hmm. And we can be a force for good in the world. Be a force for good and not evil, unlike other.
But doesn't that tie in?
To our cities who love this country too. We have a mayor of New York City who hates America, who thinks that everything's wrong and he needs to destroy it and rebuild it in his own image. We need leaders in our cities, and we need diplomats, and we need all of these institutions to really have an infusion of patriotism and people who love this country.
Well, I think that ties in to why the nation's capital is so important to the president, because he sees this, he realizes this, like this is the diplomatic international center of the world, and it should be reflective of our values. And it was not. Not when there were 71 tents in McPherson Square, it wasn't. So it's just not
Or
been
in
that.
front of the State Department.
Exactly. Hey, look, we got to
Or
go,
in
but I
front
got to
of
tell
the
you.
libraries,
Or the library.
especially the MLK library, which we talked about last week. Homelessness.
You guys are all over the
homelessness,
library.
Homelessness in sleeping bags lined up in front of the library.
Well, it has to do with presenting our city. If we want to
And it
present,
has to do with our values. What are our
And
real
values,
values?
what are-
How can we
yes.
be a shining city on the hill with this going on? Here to President Trump and to your organization too, I would
We
say,
love the
to
passion
find
of
to
you guys.
shore this all up.
Can you? Now, does everybody know why this is my favorite show? Besides, I learned something today. Very valuable, Dan. Remind me of this. Write this down. Remind me of this. Give Maria the second cup of coffee, whether she wants it or not, because that second cup, man, she was fired up. Got to get 2 cups, Dan. Remind me of that. Even if she says no, I'll just put it in front of her. She'll drink it anyway.
Thank you.
That's good. Hey, before I go, just quick panel here. Don't you think Christina Goodlander would make a super chairman of the DC GOP? What do you think? Yes? What do you think?
I say, why not?
Right. What do you think, Phil?
I like her values. Absolutely.
Okay. Mike Cannon for chairman. Let's go. Hey, thanks for being with us on DC Dispatch. Michael Patrick Lane's Chop at the Bit coming on right now. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network. Goodbye to our panel. They were fantastic. We'll see you tomorrow, 6:30.